Chapter 3673. For example, one of the scenes. Tell me, where are those 9-clawed dragon and that Lu Ming? One of the geniuses from the outside world held a jade talisman in his hand. The jade talisman glowed and a portrait appeared. It was really a portrait of Lu Ming and the others. The geniuses from the outside world were interrogating a group of dragon humans. We don't know, we haven't seen them at all. A dragon human cried out. In that case, what's the point of keeping you alive? The geniuses from the outside world shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. One by one, the dragon humans exploded and were killed. There was not only one such situation, but several other places. In the past half a year, such a situation had happened frequently. In fact, Lu Ming had seen many such videos in the illusory space. The geniuses from the outside world had deliberately recorded these videos and placed them in the illusory space to provoke Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to come out. How dare you? Kill our way out and kill these bastards. Ao Guan roared angrily. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others also had killing intent in their eyes. These people's methods were too despicable. We have to kill our way out, but we can't rashly do so. These people from the outside world might have given us a chance, but we can't figure out their strength. If we want to kill a 9th-level divine lord or even a quasi-emperor, then not only will we not be able to kill them, but we will also lose our lives, Ao Yan said. She was much calmer than Ao Guan. Princess Ao Yan is right. We can kill them one by one, but we have to figure out their cultivation first. It won't be too late to take action then. Lu Ming nodded. Some dragon humans and I have set up surveillance arrays everywhere. This is very beneficial for our operation. We can slowly observe their cultivation in the dark. Ao Yan said. After discussing the plan, they began to take action. Ao Yan let the 4 8-clawed divine dragons continue to cultivate on Penglai Island while she, Lu Ming, Ao Cheng, and Ao Guan set off. It was easier to move with fewer people, but more people would be more disadvantageous. They left Penglai Island and headed for the Dragon Spirit Continent. They silently entered the Dragon Spirit Continent and arrived at a mountain range. Outside the 10,000 dragon seals on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the Lord of Heaven, an almighty angel, naturally couldn't spy on the Dragon Clan's mother planet all the time. After all, with the cover of the 10,000 dragon seals, it was impossible to see the situation inside the Dragon Clan's mother planet from the outside. Only a cloud of smoke could be seen. Of course, an expert like the Lord of Heaven could still see through the 10,000 dragon seal if he wanted to. However, maintaining this state consumed a lot of energy. Even the Lord of Heaven couldn't maintain it for a long time. That was why Lu Ming and the others dared to come out. They weren't afraid of being spied on. Ao Yan waved her hand, and a picture appeared in the air. This is the Ziming Mountain, it's not far from us. There are 2 incredible geniuses from the outside world here. Let's observe their cultivation levels first before attacking. Ao Yan said. After the plan was made, they headed towards the Ziming Mountain and laid an ambush there. There were 2 powerful geniuses on the Ziming Mountain. They were monstrous figures of the Ziying clan. After secretly observing, they finally came to the conclusion that these 2 monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan were at the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. They could attack. Now the strength of the 4 of them had improved greatly compared to half a year ago. The other party was only at the 7th-level Divine Lord realm, so they could definitely attack. Attack! Ao Yan shouted softly, and the 4 of them rushed towards the Ziming Mountain. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming and the others rushed out, their power caused a fluctuation, and they were immediately discovered by the 2 monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan. Their figures rushed into the sky, and purple lightning burst out of their eyes as they scanned Lu Ming and the others. It's them. It's Lu Ming and the 9-clawed dragon. How dare they take the initiative to attack us? Not only were the 2 monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan fearless, but they also looked excited. They turned into 2 purple lights and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their bodies were completely covered by purple divine light, and their strongest attacks, such as their origin source secret technique, were all unleashed. One of the monstrous geniuses of the Ziying clan directly attacked Lu Ming. His palm was like a knife, and it slashed towards Lu Ming. There was a wisp of purple chi in his palm. This was his origin source secret technique, and it was extremely terrifying. Boom. Lu Ming still couldn't use his divine power, so his attack was still very direct. He directly punched out. Boom. Lu Ming's fist collided with the palm of the monstrous genius of the Ziying clan, and there was a violent explosion. At the same time, there were sounds of bones breaking, and then a figure retreated. It was the Ziying clan's genius, and Lu Ming's figure only swayed a little. The Ziying clan, ranked 99th on the list of 10,000 primitive races, is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now his control of the forbidden power was stronger, and the power that he could unleash was also stronger. His battle strength was also stronger than half a year ago. Half a year ago, he could already kill a 7th-level divine lord from the two-headed wolf clan with his bare hands. Although the monstrous genius of the Ziying clan in front of him was also a 7th-level divine lord, his battle strength was stronger than the two-headed wolf clans. Indeed, the higher the rank of a race on the list of 10,000 primitive races, the stronger their bloodline power, and the stronger their battle strength in a battle of the same level. Of course, this was the average level, and there was no lack of exceptions. The Ziying clan's genius was even more shocked when his hand was broken by Lu Ming's punch, and there was disbelief in his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a 3rd-level divine lord. Kill! Lu Ming yelled and dashed out, charging toward the prodigy of the Ziying clan. At the same time, there was a dragon roar as Ao Guan rushed over to assist Lu Ming. After Ao Guan broke through to the 4th-level divine lord, his battle strength increased greatly. Although he might not be a match for the Ziying clan's genius in a one-on-one fight, he could still pose a great threat to his opponent. The 9 dragon claws kept clawing at the Ziying clan's genius. The genius waved his palm continuously, and purple light burst out, blocking Ao Guan's attack. But in this way, he put himself in a dead end. Lu Ming punched continuously, and in an instant, dozens of punches were thrown out. Dozens of terrifying fist forces crushed toward the genius of the Ziying clan like a storm. Ah! The Ziying clan's genius roared, and his purple hair danced wildly. Divine light burst out as he resisted with all his strength. However, he was still no match. He could only block a portion of the fist forces, and the rest of the fist forces bombarded his body, almost causing him to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked. In the end, Lu Ming punched through his glabella, obliterating his soul and killing him completely. On the other side, Ao Yen and Ao Cheng joined forces to finish the battle. The other genius of the Ziying clan was also very strong, not weaker than the one who fought with Lu Ming. But now that Ao Yan's cultivation was at the 5th-level Divine Lord realm, she could completely crush her opponent. With Ao Cheng, they quickly killed this person. This trip was very easy. Chapter 36-74. Haha, awesome! Ao Guan laughed loudly. Previously, through the surveillance array, he had seen the 2 monsters from the Ziying race killing the dragon humans. Ao Guan had long wanted to kill them. Now that he had successfully killed them, Ao Guan felt extremely carefree. Lu Ming, did you record the scene just now with the illusory divine jade? Then, Ao Guan looked at Lu Ming again. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Hahaha, great. Ao Guan laughed loudly. Then Lu Ming sent the scene of the battle to the illusory divine space. This was their powerful counterattack to the various races. If anyone wanted to deal with them and kill the dragon humans, they would have to face their revenge. It's Lu Ming, that kid. Damn it, is he threatening us? Where is he? It seems to be in the dragon spirit continent. Let's go and kill them. The monsters from various races were furious and rushed to Purple Bright Mountain from various places. Of course, Lu Ming and the others would not be so stupid to stay at Purple Bright Mountain and wait for others to kill them. After Lu Ming sent the video to the illusory divine space, they left Purple Bright Mountain and came to a secret place. The dragon race's mother planet was the home of Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others. They knew many secret places, and it was too easy to find a place to hide. After hiding, they would use the surveillance array to monitor the various places. Sure enough, not long after, a large number of monsters gathered at Purple Bright Mountain. However, they naturally did not find anything. They searched the area around Purple Bright Mountain, but could not find Lu Ming and the others. They could only leave dejectedly. Lu Ming and the others continued to look for targets that they could attack. 7 days later, they found their targets again. The other party also had 2 7th-level Divine Lord monstrous heavens chosen, plus some heavens chosen below 5th-level Divine Lord. Those 5th-level Divine Lords and below were naturally left behind by those who had entered before. In the end, more than 10 of them were wiped out by Lu Ming and the others. The video was sent to the illusory divine space and caused a commotion. However, when these people reached their destination, Lu Ming and the others had already left. Damn it, you can only be a coward and sneak attack in the dark. Despicable and shameless. Don't let me find you, or I'll grind your bones to dust. Many people roared in the dream realm, and even took videos to provoke Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others couldn't be bothered. They had already secretly returned to Punglai Island. This time, he had killed a few of the other party's prodigies in a row. It was a powerful counterattack. However, with their current strength, it was not appropriate for them to clash head-on with the other party. Encountering a 7th or 8th level Divine Lord was still fine. But if he encountered a 9th level Divine Lord or a quasi-emperor, then it would be dangerous. Furthermore, if Xiaochen ran into someone ranked very high, such as someone ranked in the top 10 of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races, he would be in danger. Of course, Lu Ming and the others already knew that the top 10 races of the Desolate 10,000 races board would not be able to enter. To them, this was a blessing in disguise. Now they could only continue to cultivate and increase their strength. Only then would they be able to contend against these people. After returning to Punglai Island, they continued to cultivate while paying attention to the situation outside. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. At this time, Lu Ming felt that he had complete control of the taboo power. Any casual attack could erupt with terrifying power. At the same time, Lu Ming could already use all kinds of divine power. However, Lu Ming discovered a major problem. That was, his divine power could not be increased. When he could control his divine power, he was prepared to refine the divine medicine to increase his cultivation. However, when he refined the divine medicine, the energy of the divine medicine spread to every part of his body, scattering into every cell. To be more precise, there was a strong attractive force in each of his cells that absorbed the medicinal power. None of it was distributed to his divine power. Lu Ming tried more than 10 times and refined more than 10 divine medicines, but the result was the same. Lu Ming finally gave up. No way, could it be that my cultivation can't be increased in the future? Will I forever stay at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm? Lu Ming wailed. This was a major blow to him. Could it be that I have to cultivate the taboo power in the future? The problem is, how do I cultivate the taboo power? Lu Ming sighed. Although he felt that he had complete control of the taboo power now, allowing his combat strength to increase again, he did not know how to increase the taboo power at all. He asked Guemo this question, but Guemo also did not know. Lu Ming was speechless. Roar. 2 dragon roars came from afar. Ao Guan, Ao Chung broke through again. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ao Guan and Ao Chung broke through consecutively. Their cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. Ao Yen had not broken through yet, and was still at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. However, she had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. He believed that it would not be long before she could break through too. This speed could be said to be shocking. Lu Ming flew over, and discovered 2 9-clawed dragons flying in the sky. Not long after, they transformed into human form. Haha Lu Ming, how is your cultivation? Ao Guan laughed. It's SOSO. Lu Ming sighed. Seeing Ao Guan and the rest break through, he was extremely envious. Come, let's go find Princess and see the situation outside. Ao Guan smiled and headed towards the center of Punglai Island with Lu Ming and Ao Chung. That was where Ao Yen was in seclusion. When they found Ao Yen, they saw that Ao Yan's expression was somewhat ugly. It was even filled with killing intent. Ao Guan and the rest's hearts sank. Princess, what's wrong? Ao Guan asked. Look. After Ao Yen finished speaking, she waved her hands and an image appeared in the air. On a mountain peak, A large group of dragon men were tied up and kneeling on the ground. The number was shocking. There were at least tens of thousands of them. There was even a huge 8-clawed divine dragon lying on the ground powerlessly. On the side, there were some monstrous geniuses from various races who were staring coldly at these dragon men. I'll repeat myself. I know that you have set up surveillance arrays everywhere, and can see the situation here. Even if you can't, it doesn't matter. We'll send it to the illusory space. Now Lu Ming and your 9-clawed dragon, get over here obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill a dragon man every minute. A young man in a golden robe said coldly. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and grabbed a dragon man girl. No, don't. The dragon man girl was horrified. She kept struggling as tears flowed down her face. However, the young man in the golden robe's eyes were cold. Now 1 minute is up. Kill. The young man in the golden robe shouted coldly. With a squeeze of his dragon power, the dragon man girl was killed. Damn bastards. Aoguan roared furiously. Killing a person every minute. How many dragon men had these people killed? It was obvious that the other party wanted to use this method to force them out. Chapter 3675. Winged Men. Lu Ming muttered with a cold look in his eyes. The golden-robed youth had a pair of golden wings on his back. He was clearly a monstrous genius of the winged men. A golden-winged man. He had also entered when the Lord of Heaven tore the 10,000 dragon seal. He was definitely powerful. He wanted to use this method to force Lu Ming and the others to show themselves. Lu Ming, look at the illusory heavenly jade. Aoguan faced Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone and the illusory heavenly jade appeared. Then Lu Ming saw some videos that were posted by those people just now. With a thought, the videos appeared in the air for everyone to see. It was similar to before. These people were clamoring to kill the dragon men at the same time. You can continue to hide. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't show up in 3 days, I'll kill this 8-clawed divine dragon, drink its blood, and roast its meat. An 8-clawed divine dragon. Its meat must be delicious. Its blood is also very nutritious. Hahaha, remember, my name is Isya. In the last video, the monster from the Winged Men clan laughed heartily. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill this bastard. Aoguan was furious. His eyes were red. Don't be rash. They're obviously trying to force us out. There must be a trap there. They want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Aoyen stopped Aoguan. Although she was also very angry, she did not lose her mind. Then what should we do? Do we just watch these bastards kill the dragon men and eat the flesh of our dragon race? I can't stand it. At most I'll die. It's better than this. Aoguan roared in anger. We need to think about this at length. Aoyen said with a frown. It's not completely impossible to kill our way out. At this time Lu Ming spoke. Brother Lu, do you have a good plan? Aoyan's eyes lit up. They must have set up traps in the vicinity of that mountain peak. For example, slaughtering formations and the like. Thus, even if we are to fight, we cannot fight on that mountain peak. Furthermore, before we act, we must ascertain our opponent's cultivation. If there's an opponent we can't fight against, then we'll only be sending ourselves to our deaths. We won't be of any use. Lu Ming said. Then how do we lure them away? How do we know their cultivation bases? Lu Ming, don't hide it anymore. Just tell me. You're making me uncomfortable. Aoguan said somewhat anxiously. Simple, we will set up an ambush near that mountain peak. Then I will lure them out. Lu Ming said. It's too dangerous for you to lure them. Aoyen, Aoguan, and the others' expressions changed. Don't worry. Now that I have complete control over that strand of energy, I can use the secret techniques of the origin source. Coupled with that energy, my speed is extremely fast. Even if they have quasi-emperors, I'm confident that I can escape. Right now, the Heavenly Palace's target is me. As long as they can take me down, they can become the Heavenly Prince or Heavenly Daughter. This is an extremely huge temptation. Thus, as long as I appear, they will definitely chase after me. This way, we can lure them out of that mountain peak, and at the same time see their cultivation bases. Lu Ming said. Aoyen, and the others pondered. They wouldn't be in danger if they did that, but it would be a huge crisis for Lu Ming. If the other party had someone who specialized in speed, then it would be troublesome. How can we not fight? If this continues, we'll be too passive. We must kill them until they're terrified. Only then will they restrain themselves. Lu Ming said with a cold glint in his eyes. All right, let's do it. Ao Guan shouted. In the end, Ao Yen and Ao Cheng also nodded in agreement. Just like last time, the 4 8-clawed divine dragons stayed on Penglai Island. Although they also wanted to participate in the battle, Ao Yan's attitude was firm. The 4 8-clawed divine dragon's strength was still a bit weak. The 8-clawed divine dragons seemed very close to the 9-clawed dragon, but their talent and bloodlines were very different. In a battle of the same level, the difference between an 8-clawed divine dragon and a 9-clawed dragon was very large. After discussing, they set off. Xie and the others had already sent out the location. They were afraid that Lu Ming and the others wouldn't go. Their destination was the Wind God Mountain Range. Thus, they used their fastest speed to head towards the Wind God Mountain Range. In just 2.5 days, they arrived near the Wind God Mountain Range. Then Ao Yen, Ao Cheng, and Ao Guan found a secret place to hide. As for Lu Ming, he was responsible for luring Xie and the others. Brother Lu, be careful. Ao Yen and the others were a bit worried. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and then headed towards the Wind God Mountain Range. On the highest peak of the Wind God Mountain Range, Xie and the others were on this peak. It seems Lu Ming and those cowards don't dare to come. Let's see how long they can hide. If they don't appear for a day, I'll kill them for a day. If they don't appear for a year, I'll kill them for a year. Xie sneered. His eyes were filled with brutal killing intent, as well as burning greed. Yes, greed. As long as he killed Lu Ming and handed over Lu Ming's corpse to the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven, he would become the Son of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. In addition, the Golden Winged Race's supreme expert had promised him a huge reward. As long as he could take down Lu Ming, he would soar. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become one of the overlords of the desolate universe. When he thought of that, his heart burned with passion. Bang! Xie casually killed a dragon man and roared. Lu Ming, hurry up and come out. I can't wait any longer. At this moment, an excited shout was heard. Lu Ming is here. Someone shouted. Xie's gaze quickly turned to the front. In the distant sky, a young figure was walking over. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. He's here, he's really here. That's great. Xie was trembling with excitement. Then he glanced at the others on the peak. This time, he wasn't the only one who had set this trap. There were also other monstrous geniuses of the other races. Now that Lu Ming was here, these people would become his competitors. He was thinking rapidly about how he could take credit for Lu Ming's contribution later. But at this moment, Lu Ming stopped in the distance. He didn't continue to approach the peak. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Haha. Looks like you care a lot about these dragon men. Xie laughed. I'm here. Let them go. Lu Ming said. I can let them go, but you can come over and exchange people for them. Also, get those 9-clawed dragon to come over, and we'll let them go. Xie sneered. Let them go first. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you don't have the right to negotiate with us. Come over first and we'll let them go. Otherwise, I'll kill all these dragon men. Xie shouted. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. It was obvious that there was a trap there. Asking Lu Ming to go over? Was he that stupid? Bang. Lu Ming stepped on the void, but instead of moving forward, he moved backward. Chapter 36-76. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters with each step. In an instant, he had retreated 100 miles. Xie's expression changed as he roared. Lu Ming, you still dare to retreat? Do you want these people to die? Let them go first. Otherwise, goodbye. Lu Ming said indifferently and continued to retreat. He was very decisive. Clearly, if Xie and the others didn't let them go, Lu Ming would retreat. Damn it. Damn bastard. Xie and the other monstrous geniuses roared in their hearts. Lu Ming's actions had exceeded their expectations. They had originally thought that since Lu Ming had appeared, he definitely cared about the dragon humans. They could use the dragon humans to threaten Lu Ming, and make Lu Ming fall into their trap. That way, it would be easy to take down Lu Ming. But they hadn't expected that Lu Ming wouldn't care about the lives of the dragon humans, and would immediately retreat. They had waited so long for Lu Ming to appear. How could they just watch as Lu Ming retreated? Even if they couldn't use the trap, they still had to take down Lu Ming. Chase. We can't let him go. Furious roars rang out as the monstrous geniuses present rapidly chased after Lu Ming. So they've really chased after me? Lu Ming sneered. This scene was within his expectations. The heavenly palace had offered such a high reward. These people definitely wouldn't give up on him. As long as he appeared, these people would chase after him no matter what. Therefore, Lu Ming wouldn't be threatened by them. Instead, they would be led by him. Xie was also a golden-winged person. His entire body emitted a golden light as his wings flapped rapidly. His speed was shocking as he chased after Lu Ming like a phantom. 8th-level Divine Monarch Xie chased after him with all his strength. Naturally, his aura spread out. This was an 8th-level Divine Monarch. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. An 8th-level Divine Lord was much stronger than a 7th-level Divine Lord. At the same time, Lu Ming also sensed the auras of other monstrous geniuses. There were a total of 9 people chasing after him. Among them, there was one whose aura was the same as Xie, also being an 8th-level Divine Lord. The other 7 were all 7th-level Divine Lords. The 9 monstrous Sky Prides unleashed their maximum speed and chased after Lu Ming. Especially Xie and the other 8th-level Divine Lord youth. Their speed was the fastest, closing the distance with Lu Ming at lightning speed. Brat, you can't run. Winged Evil roared savagely. Really? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Beneath his feet, the Wind Destroyer boots appeared. With the Wind Destroyer boots on his feet, his speed skyrocketed. At the same time, Lu Ming vibrated his muscles and bones. A surge of energy gushed out from every cell of his body, propelling him forward. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's speed skyrocketed, surpassing Xie and the other 8th-level Divine Lord youth. The distance between them was widening. Damn it! Xie roared angrily, killing intent surging to the sky as he chased after Lu Ming with all his might. His cultivation is only 3rd-level Divine Lord. Even if his speed is fast, he can't last for long either. The other youth said. They did not give up, and kept following behind Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming brought Xie and the rest, and was about to arrive at the place where Ao Yan and the rest were lying in ambush. Only 2 8th-level Divine Lords. The rest are 7th-level Divine Lords. I can fight. Lu Ming's mind whirled rapidly. Presently, Ao Cheng and Ao Guan had both successfully broken through to 5th-level Divine Lord. Their combat strength skyrocketed, enough to kill a prodigy like the 2-headed wolf race back then. And Ao Yan's cultivation was also about to break through to 6th-level Divine Lord. Her strength was even more astonishing, enough to battle 8th-level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses. And Lu Ming already completely grasped the taboo power. His combat strength also skyrocketed. He was confident that he could defeat that Xie. Therefore, facing these people, they could fight. If they ambushed, they might be able to take down the other party. Hence, Lu Ming immediately transmitted to Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and Ao Cheng 3 people, telling them that they could take action. After Lu Ming lured the people to their ambush place, they could take action and ambush. Ao Yan 3 people responded very quickly. After planning it out, Lu Ming flew toward the place where Ao Yan 3 people were lying in ambush. Lu Ming flew past the mountain peak where Ao Yan 3 people were lying in ambush. Immediately after, Xie, as well as that 8th-level Divine Lord youth also flew over. Ao Yan 3 people did not take action. They were waiting for those 7 7th-level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses. Several breaths. The 7 7th-level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses flew above the heads of Ao Yan and the rest. Do it. At this time, Ao Yan 3 people made their move. They transformed into dragon forms, 9 claws stepping on the air, pouncing out like lightning, their speed swift to the extreme. One person dealing with one. Ao Yan 3 people, each one's combat strength was above the other party's. Plus, it was a sneak attack. A moment of carelessness and the other party was directly hit. Ah! Ah! 3 consecutive miserable screams. 3 of the youths had their bodies torn apart by Ao Yen. 3 people. Dragon roars shook the sky. Their souls were annihilated. 3 7th-level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses directly perished. Not good, there's an ambush. How many of them are there? Suddenly suffering an ambush, the other party's heart was somewhat flustered. He roared repeatedly and even hurriedly stopped, sweeping the surroundings with some alarm and fear. I'll leave the remaining few to you guys to deal with. Aoyan warned Aoguan and Aocheng. Her body twisted, pouncing toward the 2 8th-level Divine Lord existences in front. At the same time, Lu Ming's rapidly flying body suddenly stopped. He retreated, charging toward Xie. Boom. A punch punched out. The void trembled. Fist force surged wildly, crushing toward Xie. Courting death. Xie was not alarmed but delighted instead. What he was afraid of was not Lu Ming taking action. What he was afraid of was that Lu Ming would not take action. Taking action was exactly what he wanted. Golden light flourished from his body. His fingers curled like an eagle's claw, grabbing at Lu Ming. Break for me. Xie's eyes were sinister, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's fist with his claw. He could already hear Lu Ming's miserable shriek. A moment later, boom. Their attacks fiercely collided. It was like heavenly thunder rumbling, shaking the void. Then Xie's expression changed drastically. He clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. Then waves of intense pain came from his claw. Shwa. Xie's body retreated explosively. His claws were already completely deformed. 5 of his fingers were already broken. How is this possible? Xie found it hard to believe. He was very clear just how hard his claw was. Even if it was a peak monarch-grade divine weapon, he could crush it with a single claw. But when he grabbed Lu Ming's fist, not only did he fail to crush Lu Ming's fist, but Lu Ming's berserk strength had broken his fingers instead. His arm was trembling slightly. Even his arm had nearly broken. How can a 3rd-level Divine Lord be so powerful? That's right, it must be the function of that mysterious energy. Xie's thoughts rapidly turned, and he thought of that taboo energy. Of course, he didn't know that that energy was called taboo energy. That was because the Heavenly Palace hadn't made it public. Chapter 3677. Winged Evil was envious to death. I'm going to slaughter this brat and strip away that wisp of power within his body. Winged Evil roared, his killing intent even colder. But he had yet to make a move when Lu Ming already rushed over toward him. Lu Ming took a step out, his figure rushing toward Winged Evil explosively, both fists blasting out continuously. In an instant, there were over 100 fist seals crushing toward Winged Evil. At the same time, Aoyan already charged over, clashing with another 8th-level Divine Lord youth. While Ao Guan and Ao Cheng, 2 people, were in a fierce battle with the remaining 4 7th-level Divine Lord existences. Kill! Winged Evil roared, erupting with full power, casting his source secret art, fusing with his wings. His pair of wings were like 2 divine blades, cutting through the void, slashing toward Lu Ming. Dang! 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 In an instant, Lu Ming's fists collided with Winged Evil's wings several dozen times in succession. In the end, Lu Ming was a notch stronger. Every one of his cells was fused with taboo power, indestructible, with boundless strength, beating Winged Evil until he repeatedly retreated. How is this possible? Some people roared angrily, seriously incomparably shocked. Lu Ming looked like he was just a 3rd-level Divine Lord. His combat strength was actually powerful to such an extent. It must be that wisp of power, it must be. Some people's hearts burned even more fervently, wishing that they could take Lu Ming's power for themselves. However, Lu Ming naturally would not give him such a chance. His attacks were like a storm, continuously charging toward Winged Evil. The Winged Men race was ranked 130 on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races list. Their bloodline talent was even inferior to the top 100 races. Although he had 8th-level Divine Lord cultivation, it was not that kind of especially heaven-defying. They were not like Lu Ming, who was a freak who could ignore the talents of different races. Hence, he was suppressed by Lu Ming for a moment. After the 2 people exchanged over 100 moves, some people felt intense pain in their palms and wings, the bones on them being cracked. In a head-on confrontation, he was not Lu Ming's match. Damn it! Winged Evil roared loudly in his heart, giving rise to thoughts of retreating. But how could Lu Ming allow him to retreat? Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl. The hegemon spear appeared in his right hand, while his left hand grabbed the Sovereign's Gate. He swung it wildly at Wraith. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the Tyrant God Spear and the Gate of Gods did not pose much of a threat to Winged Evil. However, it was different when Lu Ming held it in his hands. Every strike contained the power of a taboo. Boundless power was applied to the Overlord God's Spear and the Gate of Domination. It was even stronger than Lu Ming's bare hands. Xie was even less of a match. After a few moves, Xie's arm broke and exploded with a bang. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. His pair of golden wings were also cracked, and golden feathers were flying everywhere. Winged Evil frantically retreated, wanting to avoid the attack. However, due to his injuries, especially his golden wings, his speed was greatly reduced. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and pierced his body with his spear. The Tyrant God's Spear vibrated, forming a terrifying shockwave that attacked Xie's body. Bang bang bang. Xie's body constantly emitted explosive sounds. This time, Xie was heavily injured. Save me, quickly save me. Xie roared at the others. The other 8th level Divine Lord Youth was incomparably powerful. He was from one of the top 100 races of the Primordial Wasteland's 10,000 races. He was also an 8th level Divine Lord, but his strength was above Xie's. Aoyan was actually not his match. However, how could Aoyan allow him to save Xie? Aoyan used her full strength, not caring about whether or not she would be injured. She crazily charged at him, firmly entangling him. That made it difficult for him to help for a moment. As for Lu Ming's attacks, they were even more berserk. Xie retreated, but Lu Ming raised the Gate of Gods and smashed it down, smashing it into Xie. Xie let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. Half his body exploded. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived beside Xie. The Tyrant God Spear was as large as a mountain. No, my winged race's big shot is outside. You can't kill me. Xie roared in terror. I don't even care about the Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. Why would I care about a birdman? Die for me. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his attacks not stopping. This time, Xie was no longer able to resist. When the Tyrant God Spear smashed down, Xie's body exploded, his body and soul annihilated. He completely perished. The winged race had another monstrous heavenly genius die at Lu Ming's hands. After killing Xie, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the battlefield. Ao Guan and Ao Chung were both 5th level Divine Lords. Their combat power was powerful. Facing 4 7th level Divine Lords, they already occupied the upper hand. However, Ao Yin was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming directly charged at Ao Yin, planning on helping Ao Yin kill that 8th level Divine Lord Youth first. When that 8th level Divine Lord Youth saw Lu Ming charge over, his expression changed. Lu Ming killing Xie just now, he had seen it with his own eyes. His strength was shockingly powerful. Although his own combat power was above Xie's, he still could not kill Xie. For Lu Ming to be able to kill Xie, his combat power was above his. Adding in the Ao Yen whose strength was not weak, the two of them joining hands to attack him. Everything pointed to disaster. Also, the other 4 heavenly geniuses were also at a disadvantage. If this continued, they would be completely annihilated. Retreat. The 8th level Divine Lord Youth made his decision. Then he fiercely attacked with a move, attacking Ao Yen. Ao Yen was originally at a disadvantage, being continuously pushed back by the other party's full power attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, that 8th level Divine Lord Youth's figure rapidly retreated. Don't think of leaving. Lu Ming rushed over and threw the Tyrant God Spear out. Swoosh. The Tyrant God Spear was like a bolt of lightning, attacking the other party. But it was blocked by the other party. Furthermore, the other party even borrowed the Tyrant God Spear's power to retreat at an even faster speed. Lu Ming rapidly followed, not wanting to let the other party off. The two people, one chasing and one fleeing, traveled 100 miles in an instant. An exalted 8th level Divine Lord being chased around by a 3rd level Divine Lord person, truly embarrassing enough. Right at this time, A mocking voice came from not far away. This voice was very clearly aimed at that 8th-level Divine Lord youth. Lu Ming's gaze swept over, and discovered that a youth appeared not far away. This youth was dressed in alternating black and white robes. His face was like jade, and he was very handsome, looking virtually the same as a human. "It's you." When the 8th-level Divine Lord youth saw the black-robed youth, his expression changed, seemingly very wary. But instinctively, he heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, he flew toward the black-robed youth, landing beside the other party. Lu Ming also stopped in his tracks and squinted his eyes. This was because he instinctively sensed danger from this young man. After Lu Ming stopped, Aoyan also rushed over, stopping beside Lu Ming. "Yin Yang Xiangyu, why are you here?" The 8th-level Divine Lord youth asked, his tone very solemn, even reverent. "I just happened to be nearby and saw you all provoking Lu Ming here, so I came to take a look. Looks like I didn't come too late," Yin Yang Xiangyu said, not looking at the other party from start to finish. His gaze had always landed on Lu Ming. Chapter 3678. Yin Yang Xiangyu's gaze landed on Lu Ming, his eyes burning with deep greed. To him, Lu Ming represented the position of Son of Heaven, represented a limitless future. "Since I'm here, leave them to me." Yin Yang Xiangyu opened his mouth, and then took a step out. Boom! A powerful aura surged to the sky. 7th-level Divine Lord. The moment Yin Yang Xiangyu's aura erupted, Lu Ming and Aoyan sensed that the other party's cultivation was a 7th-level Divine Lord. However, Lu Ming and Aoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. That 8th-level Divine Lord youth was clearly very respectful of Yin Yang Xiangyu. Clearly, the other party's strength could not be judged by cultivation. This time, many monstrous geniuses entered. It was possible to encounter any kind of person. Even if they encountered someone who could fight with them at the same level, it was also not impossible. Swish! Suddenly, Yin Yang Xiangyu moved. His figure flashed, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and Aoyan. A snow-white longsword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming and Aoyan. After slashing out, the sword light split into two, slashing at Lu Ming and Aoyan respectively. Divine Dragon Slash. Aoyan shouted coldly. The dragon horn on her head was shining, bursting forth with a resplendent divine light, slashing at the other party. As for Lu Ming, he brandished the Tyrant God Spear, blasting it at the other party. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive booms came over. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force surge toward him. His body trembled slightly, and he involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Aoyan was the same, her 9 dragon claws retreating a few steps. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. Just one move, and Lu Ming knew that he had encountered a terrifying monster. This Yin Yang Xiangyu's combat strength was shockingly strong. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th-level Divine Lord realm, his combat strength was much stronger than that 8th-level Divine Lord youth. The Tyrant God Spear in Lu Ming's hand was constantly vibrating. A crack even appeared on it. To be able to block one of my moves, you have some strength. Looks like if I don't use my true strength, I won't be able to take you down in a short time. Yin Yang Xiangyu was slightly surprised. He was surprised that Lu Ming and his companion were able to block his attack. In the next instant, a sword also appeared in his left hand. It was a pitch-black longsword, the complete opposite of the snow-white longsword in his right hand. Boom! His aura became even more violent. 2 types of divine power circulated around him. One was black, the other was white. They intertwined with each other. 2 types of God force, an ancient cultivation technique. No, that's Yin and Yang energy. He's a genius from the Yin-Yang race. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He immediately. The Yin-Yang race was one of the top races in the primitive universe. It ranked 16th on the primitive 10,000 races list. Any race that could be listed on the primitive 10,000 races list was definitely a big race. They were the overlords of the primitive universe, let alone the 16th place. It was said that the Yin-Yang race was born with the ability to control both Yin and Yang divine powers. They were much stronger than others. Moreover, the Yin-Yang divine powers could give birth to special origin secret arts with astonishing offensive power. Any member of the yin-yang race could easily crush those weaker races at the same level. Moreover, Yin-yang Xiangyu was a genius of the yin-yang race. His strength was even more terrifying. Yin-yang kill. Yin-yang Xiangyu's cold voice came from his mouth. Then he slashed out with his black and white swords. Sword light burst out like a storm, sweeping toward Lu Ming and Ao Yen. Block! Lu Ming roared. He put away the Gate of Gods and the Tyrant God Spear, and focused on controlling his forbidden power. Every cell in his body emitted a burst of power. This power gathered on Lu Ming's fists. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out with both fists. In an instant he had sent out hundreds of punches. Hundreds of punches shot toward the black and white swords. At the same time, Ao Yin also unleashed her full power. Her dragon claws stepped on the air, unleashing a terrifying attack. A huge explosion occurred in the air. Divine light soared into the sky. In just a few breaths' time, two figures were crazily retreating. They were Lu Ming and Ao Yin. The two of them retreated over 10,000 miles before stopping. Both of them had new sword wounds on their bodies. Ao Yan's scales had been cut open, and there were at least a dozen sword wounds on her body. Blood was flowing. Her injuries were very serious. As for Lu Ming, he wasn't much better off. He also had over a dozen sword wounds that had almost cut him to pieces. But what surprised Lu Ming was that his injuries were rapidly healing. Even his opponent's yin-yang divine powers couldn't stop his wounds from healing. The forbidden power didn't just have powerful offensive power, it also had powerful recovery abilities. What power? Lu Ming's expression was incomparably grave. This yin-yang soaring universe was too strong. Even if Lu Ming and Ao Yin joined forces, they were still not the other party's match. If they were fighting on the same level, Lu Ming had full confidence that he could easily suppress the other party. But when the other party's cultivation was several levels higher, their strength completely crushed him. This is troublesome. Looks like I really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Lu Ming sighed softly in his heart. Some time ago, Lu Ming and them had taken action several times. Those 7th-level Divine Lord monstrous geniuses were all easily killed by them. This made Lu Ming and them somewhat overconfident, somewhat underestimating the various races' heavenly geniuses. Previously, it was just that they hadn't encountered overly terrifying monstrous geniuses. But that didn't mean that there weren't any. Swish. Yin-yang soaring universe's figure flashed, continuing to charge toward Lu Ming and Ao Yen. Surging sword light swept toward the two of them. Its speed was extremely shocking, covering tens of thousands of miles. Lu Ming and Ao Yin joined forces. But after exchanging blows, their injuries became even more severe. Lu Ming was still fine. His recovery ability was astonishing, but Ao Yan's aura was weak. If this continued, she wouldn't be far from death. Ha ha ha, this Lu Ming and the 9-clawed dragon are dead for sure. Unfortunately, I didn't kill them. That 8th-level Divine Lord Youth laughed inside. But unfortunately, he wasn't the one who killed them, so the reward wouldn't go to him. He glanced enviously at Yin-yang soaring universe. Then his gaze turned to Ao Guan and Ao Chung, revealing a greedy gaze. Ao Guan and Ao Chung were also 9-clawed dragons. Although he couldn't kill Lu Ming and become the son of heaven, killing the 9-clawed dragon would also give him a great reward. He immediately charged toward Ao Guan and Ao Chung. With this person joining in, Ao Guan and Ao Chung also fell into a disadvantage. This situation was very passive for Lu Ming and the others. They had fallen into a dangerous situation. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Today's outcome is already decided. Lu Ming, I will trample over you to reach the peak and become the son of heaven. Yin-yang soaring universe was in high spirits. Yin-yang divine energy revolved around him, and his sword intent soared. He seemed to have transformed into two black sword lights that tore through the air. His speed was astonishing, and he instantly arrived in front of the two of them. Chapter 3679. Yin-yang soaring universe instantly arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best to block, but he was forced back. An even more terrifying sword light swept towards Ao Yin. Yin-yang soaring universe naturally saw that Lu Ming was harder to deal with, while Ao Yin was easier to deal with. He wanted to kill Ao Yin first before dealing with Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. Aoyan was already heavily injured and couldn't block her opponent's attack. She would be killed. But it was already too late for him to save her. Fight! Aoyan's eyes were ruthless. She planned to fight with her life on the line. Even if she died, she wanted to injure Yinyang's soaring universe so that Lu Ming, Ao Guan, and Ao Qing could escape. She was just about to burn her divine power. Suddenly, a strange energy enveloped her, making it hard for her to move. What's going on? This is space-time energy. Aoyan was shocked. Then, she realized that the space around her started to ripple like water. In the next moment, Aoyan's figure disappeared from where she was standing. The Yin-Yang soaring universe's attack hit empty air. Space-time energy. Space-time spirit mouse. Yin-Yang soaring universe let out a startled cry. He looked around and saw Aoyan's figure appear 100 miles away. Ripples arose in space by Aoyan's side. And then the figure of a young woman floated up into appearance. She looked to be 12 or 13 years old. She was incomparably cute, and her large eyes were blinking. Seeing this young girl, Lu Ming's body shook. His eyes were filled with joy. That was because Lu Ming was too familiar with this young girl. Although she had grown up a lot, Lu Ming still recognized her at a glance. Bubble. Lu Ming called out. That's right, this young girl was Bubble, who had been taken away by Senior Spacetime Spirit Mouse. After so many years, Bubble had grown up a lot. She was slender and elegant. Big brother Lu Ming, long time no see. Bubble smiled faintly. Her big eyes were also filled with pleasant surprise. You know the Spacetime Spirit Mouse? This Lu Ming is someone the Lord Heaven wants. You have to help him. Yin-Yang Xiangyu said. He could already tell that Lu Ming and Bubbles knew each other. His expression was solemn. That was because the Spacetime Spirit Rats were too terrifying. The atavistic Spacetime Spirit Rats could open wormholes. Therefore, the Spacetime Spirit Rats were on good terms with all the major races in the universe. Most importantly, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse ranked even higher than the Yin-Yang race on the primordial 10,000 races roll. That's right, I naturally have to help my big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles blinked her big eyes. She took a step forward and appeared next to Lu Ming. She hugged Lu Ming's arm and rubbed her head against it. Long time no see. You've grown up. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles as he rubbed Bubbles' head. The Spacetime Spirit Mouse was indeed powerful. Back in the Lesser Kiliacosm, it could control spacetime. Now that it was in the primitive universe, it could still control spacetime. That's a gift. Seeing this, Yin-Yang Xiangyu's expression completely darkened. He knew that with the Spacetime Spirit Mouse around, it was almost impossible for him to kill Lu Ming. Friend of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse, you have to know that Lu Ming is someone the Heavenly Palace wants. If you help him, you'll offend the Heavenly Palace. Offending the Heavenly Palace is something that even your race can't bear. Yin-Yang Xiangyu said coldly. As long as you can't tell anyone, who will know that I helped big brother Lu Ming? Bubbles blinked her big eyes and said with an innocent look on her face. You want to kill me? Yin-Yang Xiangyu's expression changed. Then he revealed cold killing intent. The Spacetime Spirit Mouse is powerful, but the Yin-Yang race isn't weak either. You and I are at the same level. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Is that so? Bubbles smiled. In the next moment, she directly charged out and pressed her hands against the void. Space shook like water, then folded and squeezed, trapping Yin-Yang Xiangyu in the middle. 7th level Divine Monarch. This was Bubbles' cultivation base. It was much higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming sighed. A peak race was truly a peak race. They probably had a shocking amount of resources. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was already very fast, but compared to Bubble, the difference was clear. Bubble's powerful spacetime energy caused Yin-Yang Xiangyu's expression to become extremely grave. Yin-Yang Whirlwind Slash. Yin-Yang Xiangyu roared and continued to spin. Sword Chi crazily spun, turning into a whirlwind that crazily cut through spacetime energy. Yin-Yang Xiangyu didn't dare to be careless against Bubble. He erupted with his full strength, and his attack was even stronger than when he was fighting Lu Ming and Aoyan. Zzzian ear-piercing sound echoed throughout the sky. Yin-Yang Xiangyu's attack collided with Bubble's attack several hundred times. It had to be said that Yin-Yang Xiangyu was truly powerful. He actually managed to block Bubble's spacetime energy. Yin-yang fusion. Yin-yang Xiangyu bellowed and the yin and yang energies merged into one. The black and white swords merged into one, and an even more astonishing beam of sword light charged in a certain direction. It forcibly broke through the space-time power and escaped the area enveloped by the space-time power. Space-time spirit mouse race, just wait for the heavenly palace's fury. Yin-yang Xiangyu roared, but he didn't dare stop. He crazily flew into the distance. Chase him, shouted Lu Ming. If he escaped, he would most likely implicate the space-time spirit mouse race. Lu Ming didn't want to implicate Bubble and the space-time spirit mouse race, just because of him. Big brother Lu Ming, there's no need to rush. This fellow won't be able to escape. Bubble smiled. He had no intention of attacking, but he was very confident. At this moment, densely packed runes suddenly appeared in the void around the yin-yang soaring universe. Endless runes spread out and intertwined with each other, forming a huge array. Huge chains condensed and wrapped around yin-yang Xiangyu. With me here, you still think you can run? An arrogant voice rang out. Then a young man appeared outside the array. The youth looked to be in his 20s. He was very handsome, but his face was filled with a ruffian aura. Nestle Dandan also came. Lu Ming couldn't help but blurt out. That's right. This youth was the world's divine turtle, Dandan. Haha, Lu Ming, you're no good. Not to mention your cultivation base being weak, you can't even deal with this fellow. If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have died. Dandan laughed. What are you talking about? Hurry up and deal with this person. Lu Ming's expression immediately darkened. As expected, he was looked down upon by Dandan the moment they met. But there was no other way. Lu Ming could sense that Dandan's cultivation base was also at the 7th level Divine Lord realm, the same as Bubble. As expected, a big race is good. Lu Ming could only sigh. The world's divine turtle race was an extremely terrifying race on the desolate 10,000 races ranking. They were ranked 15th on the desolate 10,000 races ranking, second only to the space-time spirit mouse race and higher than the yin-yang race. Chapter 3680. The 14th ranked space-time spirit mouse controlled space-time. The 15th ranked world divine turtle controlled array runes. They were both peak races in the primitive universe. Some people said that if it wasn't for the fact that the space-time spirit mouse and world divine turtle races were too few in number, they could even be ranked in the top 10. It could be said that any one of these two races was a genius, an elite. World divine turtle, you dare to go against the heavenly palace's decree and help this person? You're treacherous. Yin-yang Xiangyu roared. His sword light was like a rainbow, trying to break the chains formed by the array formation. But at this moment, Bubble reached out and pressed down. The space distorted and a powerful space-time force crushed towards Yin-yang Xiangyu. Yin-yang Xiangyu's body stiffened. This opening was enough to decide his life and death. Kill. Dandan shouted coldly. Endless runes flashed and formed a battle sword. It flew out and pierced Yin-yang Xiangyu's forehead. Yin-yang Xiangyu roared. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pooh. The sword light accurately pierced through Yin-yang Xiangyu's forehead. Yin-yang Xiangyu let out an unwilling roar. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. Then his body fell to the ground with a plop. There was no longer any trace of life in him. The 16th ranked yin-yang race's top monster had fallen. This scene scared the 8th level Divine Lord, and the remaining 4 7th level Divine Lords out of their wits. They didn't dare to stay and wanted to escape. But how could they escape? The space around them distorted, and a powerful space-time force enveloped them. Then the space shattered like a mirror. The bodies of the 5 geniuses were shattered into pieces. They did not even have the chance to cry out before they died. With this, all the people who chased after them had died. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although Dandan and Bubble's cultivation were both 7th level Divine Lords, geniuses of the same level couldn't withstand a single blow from them. Even Yin-yang Xiangyu wasn't a match for Dandan or Bubble in a one-on-one fight. It could be seen from the fact that he ran away. Origin ancient character. I can feel the origin ancient character. In his sea of consciousness, the quantifying character formula shouted. Who has the origin ancient character? Lu Ming's heart trembled. It's on both of them. The quantifying formula said. Both of them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Of course, he knew who the quantifying character formula was referring to. Dandan and Bubbles. He didn't expect that both Dandan and Bubble would have origin ancient characters on them. It seemed that after he separated from Dandan and Bubble, he wasn't the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. Dandan and Bubble also had a fortuitous encounter. Of course, Lu Ming didn't have any thoughts about Dandan and Bubble's origin characters. He was just happy for them. Ha ha ha. As expected of the people who follow me, Lu Ming. Each and every one of you is a peerless genius, a peerless hero. Lu Ming's soul power laughed heartily. Measurement formula, battle formula, bone demon. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I've saved you again. You're not strong enough. Follow me in the future, I'll protect you. Dandan strode over, laughing heartily and looking pleased with herself. Okay, since I've offended the Heavenly Palace, I'll leave the Heavenly Palace to you in the future. Protect me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Dandan's face immediately fell, causing Bubble to laugh. Ao Yen, Ao Guan and Ao Ching flew over with surprised faces. They didn't expect Lu Ming to know the world turtle and space-time spirit mouse. They were the top monsters of the dragon race back then, so they naturally knew about the space-time spirit mouse and the world turtle. They knew how terrifying those two races were. If it weren't for their small numbers, they probably wouldn't be weaker than the dragon race. Moreover, one of the two races was good at the space-time Dao and could open wormholes, while the other was good at the array Dao and was proficient in refining pills and arrays. So they had a good relationship with the major races in the universe. Come, let me introduce you. Lu Ming introduced Ao Yen and the others to Dandan and Bubble. By the way, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. We saw you in the illusionary divine jade, so we came in to help you. Dandan curled his lips. Lu Ming's heart warmed. Obviously, Dandan and Bubble came in to help him. However, you can't let others know about your whereabouts. Once the Heavenly Palace knows about it, it'll be bad for your two races. Lu Ming said. Dandan and Bubble were silent. Over the years, they had cultivated in the two races and naturally knew a lot of things. They also knew how terrifying the Heavenly Palace was. No matter how strong their two races were, they couldn't compete with the Heavenly Palace. In the great desolate universe, the Heavenly Palace was supreme. This was not just a saying. Wait here for a while. We'll go and release those dragon humans, Lu Ming said. Then he went to the mountain in front with Ao Yen and the others and released all the dragon humans. There was also the 8-clawed divine dragon. The 8-clawed divine dragon was overjoyed when it saw Ao Yen and decided to follow her. In the near future, the people from beyond the heavens will be harmful to us. You'd better find a secret place to hide. Don't come out. Ao Yen warned the dragon humans and told them to find a secret place to hide. Then, with the 8-clawed divine dragon, Dandan and Bubble, they secretly returned to Punglai Island. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, a few prodigies came to the place where Yin Yang Xiangyu and the others were killed. When they arrived, their faces were very ugly. This is Yin Yang Xiangyu. When they saw Yin Yang Xiangyu's corpse, their faces were very serious. Lu Ming deliberately left Yin Yang Xiangyu's corpse behind to give the other prodigies a strong counterattack. Even Yin Yang Xiangyu of the Yin Yang race is dead. Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon race are probably very strong. We'd better spread the news and let the others be careful. It's best if we work together. If we act alone, we might be defeated one by one. Okay. In the end, a few prodigies sent the news to the illusory space. It immediately caused a huge commotion. This time, Xie and the others used an 8-clawed divine dragon and a large number of dragon humans to force Lu Ming to show himself. In the end, Lu Ming showed himself, but Xie and the others lost their lives. Even the Yin Yang race's monstrous prodigy, Yin Yang Xiangyu, was killed. It was really shocking. The result was that the winged men race's powerhouses were furious. The Yin Yang race's powerhouses also spread the news that they must kill Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw this, he smiled faintly. Now his state of mind was very calm. Even the Heavenly Palace wanted to deal with him. Why would he care about the winged men race and the Yin Yang race? After returning to Punglai Island, Lu Ming and the others began to discuss and prepare to continue fighting back against the other prodigies. With the addition of Bubble and Faint, he was much more confident. However, the premise was that Dandan and Bubble could not be exposed. Chapter 3681. Ao Yen formed a hand seal, and images appeared one after another. She was using the surveillance array to monitor the prodigies of the various races, looking for targets to attack. However, most of the scenes were empty. There was no one in sight. Only a few images showed the figures of the various races' prodigies, but these prodigies were all in groups. It seems that these people have become very cautious after knowing that Yinyang Xiangyu and the others have been killed. It will be difficult to attack if they all gather together. Ao Yen frowned. There are so many prodigies from the various races. There must be someone who is alone. Watch me. Dandan walked over and waved his hands. Immediately, countless runes appeared in the void. Then, images appeared one after another. These are runes. Ao Yan's pupils shrank, and she was amazed. Dandan's understanding of runes and formations had reached the acme of perfection. Cultivators would usually dabble in runes and formations, but it was usually used to assist in cultivation. For example, Ao Yen thought that she was talented in runes and formations, but compared to Dandan, she was far inferior. The origin ancient runes that this guy obtained can't be that guy's formation, right? In his sea of consciousness, the quantifying character formula muttered. Lu Ming's expression was normal. At least a few thousand images appeared in the sky, and the scene in each image was different. This is the surveillance array. Lu Ming said. Yes, during this period of time, Bubble and I have traveled all over the dragon race's mother planet, and set up many formations everywhere. How is it? It's much stronger than your surveillance array, right? Dandan looked at Ao Yen proudly. This guy still cared about his face. Amazing. Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others exclaimed in admiration, causing Dandan to grin from ear to ear. Then they carefully looked at the images. There were a total of 5,000 to 6,000 images, and the surveillance range was much larger. Many of the images had figures appearing. Soon, they discovered that some of the prodigies who were alone or in small numbers had gathered together. These few are alone and can't attack. They are shockingly strong. If we attack together, we will all die. Dandan pointed at a few prodigies who were alone. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. If even Dandan said so, these people were definitely terrifying existences. Do you know anything about these people? Lu Ming asked. I know a bit. Bubble and I have deliberately approached those people, so we know their approximate cultivation bases. Dandan said. Lu Ming was quite touched. It was obvious that Dandan and Bubbles had done this because of him. They had purposely approached these people and investigated their backgrounds. If you want to make a move, you can do it here, here, or here. These people aren't very strong, and I've marked every single one of the surveillance formations. It'll be easy to find them. Dandan said. All right, then let's go. This time, we'll kill them until they're afraid. We'll kill them until they don't dare to stay here, and scram out of the dragon race's mother planet. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After the discussion, Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles, Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and Ao Cheng left Penglai Island. I'll open the way, Bubbles said. She waved her hands and the void fluctuated. A passage appeared. This is a wormhole. Lu Ming was shocked. Yes, but with my current cultivation base, I can only open a short distance wormhole. If it's too far, I won't be able to, Bubbles said. On the side, Ao Yen and the others were amazed. She was only a 7th level Divine Lord, but she could already open a wormhole. This was really shocking. Even if it was only a short distance. Lu Ming thought of Wan Shun. When Wan Shun was a 2nd level Divine Lord, he could already open a short distance wormhole. Bubbles was an expert in space-time. Her cultivation base had already reached the 7th level Divine Lord, and she also controlled an ancient origin word. It wasn't surprising that she could open a short distance wormhole. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others stepped into the wormhole and disappeared. In the middle of a lake, there was a small island. This was originally the territory of a dragon-human force, but now it was occupied by a few outsider prodigies. These prodigies were from the Fire God race. The Fire God race was ranked 85th on the primeval 10,000 races list. It was also an extremely powerful race. This race was known as the innate fire god. They were the incarnation of flames, and their control of flames had reached a superb level. This time, a total of 5 prodigies from the fire god race entered the dragon race's mother planet and gathered together. They began to look for Lu Ming. After not finding him for so long, they began to occupy some ruins and sacred grounds, plundering the resources inside. At this time, the 5 prodigies from the fire god race were discussing how to occupy more ruins and sacred grounds and plunder more resources. The resources of the dragon race's mother planet made them extremely excited. Even if they didn't kill Lu Ming, as long as they cultivated here for a period of time and plunder a large amount of resources, their cultivation base would also improve by leaps and bounds. What's going on? Why do I feel that the world has suddenly quietened down? A youth from the fire god race asked curiously. I feel the same. It seems like there's no sound at all. Another youth from the fire god race also frowned. Not good, there's a problem. Be on guard. One of the youth's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, in all directions, whether it was in the void on the ground, or on any object, runes began to appear. These runes interweaved together to form a large formation. The large array formed chains that wrapped around them. There's an array. Charge out. A youth from the fire god race shouted. The 5 prodigies from the fire god race turned into flames. The flames soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying heat. They tried their best to charge out, wanting to burn the array. However, the void trembled and squeezed toward them like water waves. Their bodies stiffened, and then the chains formed by the large array firmly wrapped around them. Who is it? A youth from the fire god race shouted. Swish. The next moment a youth's figure appeared. Lu Ming, it's you. Why are you here? The 5 prodigies from the fire god race shouted in shock. I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed all his strength and punched out continuously. Boom. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted. The bodies of the 5 prodigies from the fire god race exploded, turning into balls of flames. However, the flames quickly gathered, and their bodies appeared again, but their auras were much weaker. Kill! Lu Ming hollered. His fingers were like swords as he pointed at their glabella. A terrifying force penetrated them and destroyed their souls directly. The 5 prodigies from the fire god race fell. Their bodies collapsed on the ground, and their eyes revealed their unwillingness. Lu Ming summoned the illusory divine jade and recorded this scene. He then sent it to the illusory divine jade. Following that, they killed their way to the next location. Chapter 3682. In just one day, Lu Ming's group had killed 5 groups of heavenly geniuses from the outside world. This scene was transmitted to the dream space, causing a huge commotion. Everyone knew that this was Lu Ming's retaliation. This was Lu Ming's warning. How arrogant! Damn it! How can they appear and disappear so mysteriously? There was one time when I was rushing over, but I lost track of them. How can they end their battles so quickly? Those people aren't weak. Within the dream space, the various heavenly geniuses were discussing. That was because Lu Ming's group was too mysterious. Furthermore, the speed at which they ended their battles was too shocking. Some terrifying existences nearby had sensed the fluctuations of the battle and rushed over, but they had already lost track of Lu Ming's group. That infuriated the various heavenly geniuses, but there was nothing they could do. Many people were terrified, especially those who weren't particularly strong. There was even a group of heavenly geniuses who had entered with Lu Ming. Because they were too weak, they didn't dare to stay and left the dragon race's home planet. Entering the dragon race's home planet was very difficult, but leaving was actually very simple. As long as they kept flying high, they would automatically leave the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. At this time, Lu Ming's group had already returned to Penglai Island. The warning had already been issued. Now it was up to the various heavenly geniuses to react. Suddenly, over 10 figures appeared in a valley. Lu Ming's group can come and go without a trace. Furthermore, for them to be able to kill the various heavenly geniuses so easily, they definitely aren't simple. They either have some sort of treasure, or someone helping them. We have to investigate this thoroughly. One of them arrived. He was wearing black and white robes. He was also a heavenly genius from the Yin Yang race. Enyang Xiangyu was his younger cousin. That was why his killing intent was extremely dense. Indeed, this matter is too strange. Lu Ming's group shouldn't be that strong. We have to investigate this thoroughly, another young woman said. I've already made an appointment with the Heaven's Legacy Race's Tianji Haoyue. I trust that he'll be able to find the truth, another youth said. All right. The Heaven's Legacy Race's divination arts are unparalleled. With him here, he'll definitely be able to divine just what sort of tricks Lu Ming has. I didn't expect Tianji Haoyue to also come. He's here. Suddenly, many people looked in a certain direction. From that direction, a young man was flying over. This young man was very handsome. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and he looked like a human. The only difference was that there was a star mark between his eyebrows. He was wearing a long robe, which was also embroidered with various star patterns. Tianji Haoyue. Many people's eyes lit up. Brothers. Tianji Haoyue cupped his fists and greeted everyone with a confident smile on his face. Tianji Haoyue, I'm counting on you this time. I hope you can deduce Lu Ming's background, what treasure he's using, or who is helping him. The prodigy from the Enyang race said. No problem. Tianji Haoyue smiled. The Heaven's Legacy race specialized in divination, and was known to know everything in the world. Of course, this was an exaggeration. However, the Heaven's Legacy race was ranked 13th on the Great Desolate 10,000 races ranking, one rank higher than the Space-Time Spirit Mouse race. However, it will take some time. Tianji Haoyue continued. Then he began to act. With a wave of his hand, jade talismans flew out one after another. A total of 360 jade talismans flew out, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of miles. This area of tens of thousands of miles was where Lu Ming and the others had killed a group of prodigies. Then the jade talismans shone. Tianji Haoyue sat cross-legged in the air, divine light spreading out, resonating with the 360 jade talismans. Then his hands rapidly formed seals. In an instant, the sky changed. The sky here was covered by a starry sky. Tianji Haoyue was using a great divine ability to deduce. The other prodigies watched in the surroundings, not daring to make a sound. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, Tianji Haoyue's movements suddenly stopped, and the stars in the sky disappeared. It's done, Tianji Haoyue said. How was it? Did you deduce it? The prodigy from the Enyang race asked. Look. Tianji Haoyue pointed his finger at the void, and an image appeared in the void. In the image, Dandan and Bubble's figures clearly appeared. The two of them were using a grand formation, and the space-time Dao to trap several prodigies. Then Lu Ming and the others appeared and killed those prodigies. It's the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse. The Enyang race's prodigies recognized them at a glance. Damn it! The World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse are actually helping that Lu Ming. How dare they openly disobey the orders of the Heavenly Palace? Do they want to be exterminated? Send it to the dream space. Let the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven decide. Immediately, they sent the information Tianji Haoyue had deduced to the dream space, causing an 18th grade tremor. The World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse were actually working together to help Lu Ming. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, they finally understood why Lu Ming was able to kill so many prodigies without anyone noticing. Not good. They know. On Penglai Island, Lu Ming's expression changed when he saw the contents of the dream space jade. Dandan and Bubble also saw it, and their expressions turned ugly. They could secretly help Lu Ming, but if they were exposed, the Heavenly Palace would definitely punish them. Dandan and Bubble had been with the two races for so long, and they already had a sense of belonging. They also didn't want the Heavenly Palace to punish them. But now they couldn't hide it anymore. As expected, the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven was furious and questioned the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse in the dream space. The two races' experts were shocked and claimed that they didn't know about this matter, and that there were already experts rushing over to the dragon race's homeworld. At the same time, the two races' experts transmitted messages to Dandan and Bubble, telling them to leave Lu Ming and leave the dragon race's homeworld. I'm not leaving. Bubble pouted and stayed by Lu Ming's side. This matter is going to be troublesome. Dandan muttered and frowned, but he also didn't leave. A few days passed just like that. Lu Ming. In the sky above the dragon race's homeworld, an incomparably loud voice rang out. When Lu Ming heard it, he knew that it was the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven. Although you're hiding, I know you can hear it. You're very good. Even the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse are helping you. Now, I'll say that the two little fellows of the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse, if you leave the dragon race's homeworld, I'll let bygones be bygones. If you don't repent, the World Divine Turtle and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse races will be destroyed because of you. The Lord of Heaven's voice rumbled through the dragon race's homeworld and the starry sky outside. His voice was filled with killing intent, causing many races to tremble in fear. Chapter 3683. The Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven is a man of his word. Many races were trembling in fear. Although many races were on good terms with the World Turtle and Space-Time Spirit Mouse, they didn't dare to speak now. In history, there were powerful races that disobeyed the orders of the Heavenly Palace and disappeared in the long river of history. The dragon race was so powerful back then, but they were still destroyed. Now that the Lord of Heaven is furious, who would dare to speak up for the Space-Time Spirit Mouse and World Turtle? Dandan and Bubbles' faces were extremely ugly. If this continues, it will really implicate the World Turtle and Space-Time Spirit Mouse races. Dandan, Bubbles, you two can leave. Lu Ming said. Now he can only let Dandan and Bubbles leave. Since they have been exposed, Lu Ming can't implicate them. Brother Lu Ming, I won't leave. Bubbles gritted her teeth. I'll stay too. Dandan said. What are you two staying for? Leave. Do you want the World Turtle and Space-Time Spirit Mouse races to be destroyed? Lu Ming deliberately said with a cold face. There is another reason. Dandan and Bubbles must leave. Now that they have been exposed, Dandan and Bubbles will be in danger if they follow him. Who knows what the Heavenly Palace has up their sleeves? Therefore, Dandan and Bubbles must leave and draw a line with him. Boom. At this moment, the sky suddenly shook violently. Then a voice sounded. Bubbles, get out here. This is a woman's voice. There is some urgency and anger in her voice. Master. Bubbles' body trembled. Her eyes showed a struggling look. Her master is here, the middle-aged woman who took her away back then. Dandan, you bastard, you turtle bastard, get out here, do you want to die? Then another boorish voice sounded. This old man is here too. Dandan whispered. His face was also full of struggle. The Space-Time Spirit Mouse and the World Turtle had both arrived, and they were people who were very close to Bubble Dandan. Dandan, Bubble, you two can leave. Lu Ming said. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was still hesitating. Let's go. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Don't you understand me? I've seen all sorts of storms. Even the Heavenly Palace can't do anything to me. In the future, we will still have a chance to meet again. But if you continue to stay here, I can only go out and surrender. Lu Ming stared at Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, the Lord of Heaven, the World Turtle, and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse continued to speak. His meaning was simple. He wanted Dandan and Bubbles to leave now. If they left now, they could let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the two races would face a calamity. Go. In the end, Lu Ming ordered them to leave with a cold face. Big brother Lu Ming, you must survive. Bubbles was reluctant to leave. Tears were in her eyes. Lu Ming, I know you will definitely be fine. I will wait for you to rise. In the future, if you want to kill your way to the Heavenly Palace, I will accompany you. Dandan spoke and transmitted to Lu Ming. Okay, haha, let's go. Lu Ming said. In the end, Dandan and Bubbles left. There were still two races behind them that they had to take into consideration. Roar. Not long after Dandan and Bubbles left, a dragon's roar came from the sky. It was very mournful and seemed to be in great pain. Lu Ming took out the illusory heavenly jade and looked. His face turned gloomy. What's going on? Why is there a dragon's roar outside? Lu Ming, what happened outside? Ao Yin looked at Lu Ming. Ao Guan, Ao Chung, and the others did the same. Take a look. Lu Ming took out the illusory heavenly jade and an image appeared. The background of the image was the universe outside the dragon race's mother planet. There were some figures in the starry sky. They could see the huge figure of the Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace, standing in the starry sky. In addition, they could see a huge divine turtle floating in the starry sky. Lu Ming guessed that it should be the world divine turtle. Closer to the dragon race's mother planet, there were several huge figures. One of them was golden and had a pair of wings. It was the winged race's powerhouse. The other was the Wu people's powerhouse. At this time, the winged race's powerhouse was holding a divine dragon in his hand. The divine dragon had 6 claws on its abdomen. It was a 6-clawed divine dragon that was 10,000 meters long. Kill! The winged race's powerhouse shouted. A golden light flashed and the 6-clawed divine dragon's head was cut off. Dragon blood spurted out. This divine dragon is your reward. The winged race's powerhouse waved his hand and the divine dragon's corpse flew out. A group of middle-aged and young winged race members caught it. Haha, divine dragon blood is a great tonic. There's also divine dragon meat. The winged race members laughed. They actually drank the divine dragon's blood and roasted the divine dragon's meat in the starry sky. Damn it. This bunch of mixed hairs. Seeing their fellow clansmen being eaten alive, Ao Guan, Ao Chung, and the others were furious. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. At this time, the winged race's powerhouse took out a bag and reached his hand into it. When he reached out, he grabbed another divine dragon. Just like before, he killed it and gave it to the other winged race members to drink. Lu Ming and the rest of the divine dragons, I know you can see it. You better hurry up and show yourselves. Otherwise, the divine dragon race will really go extinct. The winged race's powerhouse spoke in a cold voice. Damn it, I'll fight it out with him. Fight it out. At most we'll die. Ao Guan, Ao Chung, and the others were so angry that they wanted to rush out. The divine dragon race was spread across the universe. Back then, the divine dragon race on the dragon race's mother planet was almost wiped out. However, there were still many divine dragons in the universe. Obviously, the winged race's powerhouse had searched the universe and captured many divine dragons to force Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others to show themselves. In the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven watched coldly, condoning such actions. Don't be rash. Ao Yen reprimanded. Although she was trembling with anger and wanted to rush out and fight to the death, her spiritual wisdom stopped her. Now there were very few divine dragons left, and the 9-clawed dragon was even fewer. They were the last hope of the divine dragon race, and they could not be sacrificed in vain. If they wanted revenge, they had to survive. Ao Yen stopped Ao Guan, Ao Chung, and the others. They're going too far. Ao Guan roared, his eyes red. This grudge must be avenged, but not now. Ao Yen said. Ao Guan, Ao Chung, and the other divine dragons listened to Ao Yen. Although they were angry, they could only listen to Ao Yen. Princess Ao Yen is right. This grudge must be avenged, but we need to plan it carefully. Lu Ming also persuaded. How can we plan it carefully? Should we wait for them to kill all the divine dragons in the universe? Ao Guan said. Maybe we can find a special place to counterattack. Is there a divine dragon burial ground on the dragon race's mother planet? Lu Ming asked. Divine dragon burial ground? Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others were very curious. Lu Ming nodded, and the primordial divine dragon horn appeared. Chapter 3684. The primordial divine dragon horn floated above Lu Ming's head. This is, when Ao Yen, Ao Guan, Ao Chung, and the others saw the primordial divine dragon horn above Lu Ming's head. Their eyes widened in shock, confusion, and disbelief. Could this be the primordial divine dragon horn? Ao Yen said with a trembling voice. She seemed to be in disbelief. That's right. It's the primordial divine dragon horn. I don't think the primordial divine dragon horn is among the origin secret techniques you've awakened, Lu Ming said. Indeed, he had some doubts in his heart. During this period of time, he had seen many people from the dragon-human clan, but none of them had awakened the ancient divine dragon horn. Even 9-clawed dragons like Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and Ao Chung, as well as other 8-clawed divine dragons, had not awakened the primordial divine dragon horn. Instead, They had awakened other origin secret techniques. It really is the immemorial divine dragon horn, a legendary secret technique. Ao Guan and Ao Chung widened their eyes and stared at the horn with all their strength. Ao Yin took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It's normal that we haven't awakened the primordial divine dragon horn. In fact, in the history of the dragon race, those who have awakened the primordial divine dragon horn are as rare as phoenix feathers. Why? Lu Ming was very surprised. He originally thought that the dragon clan could easily awaken the primordial divine dragon horn. That's because it's the war horn of the dragon race. Once the primordial divine dragon horn appears, it can summon the soul of a dragon to command 10,000 dragons. Anyone who awakens the primordial divine dragon horn is a peerless genius of the dragon race. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to awaken the immemorial divine dragon horn. In the history of the dragon race, there weren't many people who managed to do so. I really didn't expect that a member of the dragon race like you would be able to awaken the immemorial divine dragon horn. Ao Yan sighed. But soon, Ao Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming, you're looking for the divine dragon graveyard because you want to use the ancient divine dragon horn to summon a dragon soul, right? Ao Yan guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Sure. With the archaic divine dragon's horn, you can summon the dragon souls of past generations. You'll definitely be able to kill the various geniuses, Ao Yan said. Good, haha, let's kill him. Ao Guan also became excited. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed, because he discovered that the illusory heavenly jade was releasing another video. With a thought, the illusory divine jade glowed, and an image appeared in the air. In the image was a group of youths. Clearly, they were the geniuses of various races. The geniuses of the various races stood in the air, high and mighty. Below them, a large group of figures knelt on the ground. These figures were all dragon humans from all over the dragon clan's mother planet. In front of the dragon human tribe, there were a few divine dragons lying on the ground, their auras weak. Lu Ming and members of the dragon race, listen up. This is only a portion of it. You'd better come out yourselves. Otherwise, these dragon men and mystical dragons will all die. Also, we will go to the ruins and sacred grounds. If you guys don't show up, we will kill all the dragonians and divine dragons on the dragon race's mother planet. In the sky, a young man shouted with a murderous aura. Damn it! Ao Guan roared. The winged men were capturing divine dragons outside, drinking their blood and eating their meat. On the dragon race's mother planet, the various races' geniuses were hunting the remaining divine dragons. All of this was to force Lu Ming and the others to show up. This was simply too much. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others also had cold killing intent in their eyes. Lu Ming, on the dragon race's mother planet, there's a place called the Dragon Burial Slope. Many dragon race experts in the past would be buried there after reaching the end of their lifespan. Over there, with the primordial divine dragon horn, you will definitely be able to summon the dragon soul to kill the enemy, Ao Yan said. Alright, let's set off now. This time, we must kill them until they are afraid. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Alright, we'll kill them all. Ao Guan shouted, somewhat impatient. The group did not stop and left Prunglai Island, heading towards the Dragon Burial Slope. The Dragon Burial Slope was located in the middle of the Dragon Spirit continent. The terrain here was steep, and the slopes were connected together like huge divine dragons lying on the ground. On the slope, there were many large tombs. These were the tombs of past divine dragon race experts. As soon as he arrived, Lu Ming felt like his primordial divine dragon blood was about to boil over. This feeling was the same as when Lu Ming had been in the core of the Lost Star River. That was where the six-clawed black dragon resided. It was also this feeling that allowed Lu Ming to summon the dragon soul. But this feeling was countless times stronger than in the Lost Star River. Woo! Lu Ming took out the primordial divine dragon horn and blew it. A series of strange sound waves were emitted from his body. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from one of the tombs. Then a dragon soul came out of the tomb. This dragon soul had 8 claws on its abdomen. When it was alive, it had been an 8-clawed divine dragon. A powerful aura permeated the air. The dragon power was vast and mighty, making Lu Ming and the rest feel immense pressure. Summoning the dragon soul. The dragon soul has appeared. It really works. It really works. Wonderful. The dragon horn is a natural commander of the dragon race. Ao Yen Ao Guan, and the others whispered excitedly. Lu Ming continued to blow the primordial divine dragon horn. Dragon souls appeared in several more tombs. However, not all tombs would have a dragon soul appear. Some didn't. Ao Yen explained that not all dragons would have an indestructible dragon soul after they died. Some would dissipate after a long time. Some wouldn't form at all. After a while, Lu Ming put away the primordial divine dragon horn. The dragon soul also disappeared. Good place. Now I'll use the dream divine jade to record a video and send it to the dream space to lure those people over. Lu Ming said. Then he controlled the dream divine jade and aimed it at himself. I'm at the dragon burial slope. Come if you have the guts. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His words were very simple. He told them the location and then sent it to the dream space. He believed that the various races' geniuses would definitely come. Those people would have doubts and worry that Lu Ming had set a trap here. But they would still come. That was because they wanted to take down Lu Ming too much. Moreover, Lu Ming and the others had so few people, while the other party had monstrous geniuses from various races. The other party had that confidence. Sure enough, after Lu Ming sent it to the dream space, it caused a commotion. Many people's eyes were burning. They wanted to make a move, but they were worried that Lu Ming had set a trap. In the end, a genius of a large race called for everyone to gather and deal with Lu Ming together. A few days later, a large number of figures gathered on a peak. Swish, swish. In the sky, there were still people flying over. The various races' geniuses were gathered here. At the peak of the mountain stood several figures. The other geniuses were far away from these figures, looking at them with fear in their eyes. These figures were the strongest group of people who had entered the dragon race's mother planet this time. Chapter 3685. Among these people was Tianji Haoyue of the Tianji clan. Another person was the peerless genius of the Yin Yang race, Yin Yang flying catkins. There was also a young man with green skin and sharp fangs. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This young man had a terrifying background. He was a genius of the Azura race. The Azura race was ranked 11th on the primitive 10,000 races list. It was an extremely terrifying race that was born to fight and kill. Every member of the Azura race was a natural warrior with terrifying combat strength. This genius of the Azura race was at the Quasi-Emperor realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Even Tianji Haoyue and Yin Yang flying catkins looked at him with grave eyes. There were also a few other young men who were extremely terrifying existences. They were not weaker than Yin Yang flying catkins. Everyone Lu Ming took the initiative to reveal his destination this time. Be careful of any traps. Yin Yang flying catkins said. So what if there's a trap? We have so many people. Our strength is enough to crush them. Any tricks will be useless. The genius of the Azura race cultivated the Tao of Sealing. His face was ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Why don't we use those dragon men to threaten Lu Ming and the others and make them come to us? Wouldn't that be better? Another young man said. Impossible. Tianji Haoyue shook his head. Lu Ming must know that as long as we capture him, we will be conferred the title of Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. Who would give up such a great reward? He must know what we're thinking. So, if we use the dragon men to threaten Lu Ming, but he doesn't listen and stays at that place, then we won't go over? These words made the face of the previous young man sink. Indeed, even if they threatened him, Lu Ming would not come. Would they not go over to capture Lu Ming? That was impossible. Who could resist the temptation of a son of heaven or daughter of heaven? Since they would definitely go over, why would Lu Ming be threatened by them and come? Lu Ming was not stupid. So, on the surface, it seems that we have taken down a large number of dragon men, and we have the initiative. In fact, as soon as Lu Ming appears, we will become passive. Because we will definitely not be able to resist capturing him. Tianji Haoyue said. The others nodded. I'm afraid that they will set a trap, and we will suffer heavy losses. Yin Yang Flying Catkins said. You don't have to worry about that. A son of heaven and daughter of heaven. Let me introduce you to my friends. With them, Tianji Haoyue said before turning his gaze towards a certain spot in the void. Suddenly, ripples arose in space there, and then two figures appeared. The man's figure was sturdy and full of strength. The woman had a graceful figure, and was extremely beautiful. And Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Xiaofeng, and the others' expressions changed. Just by sensing their auras, they could tell that one of them was a world turtle, and the other was a space-time spirit mouse. Tianji Haoyue, previously, the world divine turtle and the space-time spirit rat clan helped Lu Ming. If you ask them to help, be careful of harming yourself. Yin Yang Haoyue said coldly. Yin Yang Haoyue. Someone from my clan helped Lu Ming, because he has a personal relationship with Lu Ming. I don't know any Lu Ming. My clan's ancestor ordered me to redeem myself. We must capture Lu Ming. The burly young man from the world divine turtle said. Same for my clan. The woman from the space-time spirit mouse said concisely. That's right. The world divine turtle and the space-time spirit mouse have a personal relationship with Lu Ming. But it doesn't mean that others will. With them around, no trap will work. Tianji Haoyue said with a smile. Everyone's eyes flashed. Indeed, there was no trap under the eyes of the world divine turtle and the space-time spirit mouse. Then who will Lu Ming belong to after we break the other party's trap? A young man asked. It's simple. Whoever can capture Lu Ming will get him. Xiaofeng said loudly. His eyes swept across the crowd with a fierce look. Everyone's face sank. They were extremely wary of Xiaofeng. All right, we're almost all here. Let's go. Tianji Haoyue said. He waved his hand and a map appeared. After looking at the map, everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the dragon burial slope. After a while, the dragon burial slope was in sight. This terrain is indeed suitable for setting up formations. Tianji Haoyue said. The Tianji clan was not only good at deduction, they were also proficient in observing the heavens and earth. They were even proficient in formations. However, there was still a gap between them and the world divine turtle. This should be the burial ground of the divine dragon clan. Let's be careful. The young man from the world divine turtle looked around and said. Everyone nodded and continued to fly towards the depths of the dragon burial slope. Lu Ming, I see him. There's also the nine-clawed dragon. A few excited voices rang out. In front of them was a huge slope. To be precise, it was a huge dragon tomb. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others were sitting cross-legged and looking at them indifferently. Are there any formations around? Yin Yang Flying Catkins asked. No, I've observed carefully. There are no traces of formations around. The young man from the world divine turtle said. I've observed with the power of space-time. There are no abnormalities within 1,000,000 miles. The space-time spirit mouse said. No abnormalities. Xiaofeng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others were a bit stunned. In their view, it was normal for Lu Ming and the others to set up traps around. Now that there were no traps, they were a bit uncertain. There's no mistake, right? Yin Yang Flying Catkins asked. There's no mistake. The young man from the world divine turtle said. At this moment, Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others had already stood up. The world divine turtle and the space-time spirit mouse clans. It seems that Dandan and Bubble aren't the only ones entering the dragon clan's mother planet. Lu Ming looked at the young man and woman of the two clans and his eyes moved. He wasn't surprised that the prodigies of the world divine turtle and the space-time spirit mouse clans were here. After all, Dandan and Bubble had helped him to kill the prodigies of the other clans before. Even though the world divine turtle and the space-time spirit mouse clans had a special status in the universe and had a good relationship with the other clans, they had obviously violated the orders of the heavenly palace. It would be unreasonable if they didn't make some compensation. The best way to atone for their sins was to do something good. Since there's no trap, then. Yin Yang Flying Catkins's eyes flashed coldly and a black and white divine light burst out and directly rushed towards Lu Ming. Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Lu Ming is mine. Xiaofeng shouted coldly and his body also rushed out. The sky kept exploding. At the same time, A few other terrifying prodigies also attacked together and rushed towards Lu Ming. Since there were no traps, they couldn't help but directly attack, afraid that Lu Ming would be taken down by others. Chapter 3686. When Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Xiaofeng, and the others attacked, the entire dragon burial slope was flooded with divine light. These heavenly geniuses were too strong. Quasi-emperors. When they attacked, Lu Ming's muscles tensed up and his hair stood on end. He felt incomparable danger. Yes, quasi-emperors. Xiaofeng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others were all quasi-emperors. In the Taishu dynasty, they were on par with the Taishu Sage Emperor, the Barbarian Emperor, and the Holy Old Heavenly King. But in terms of battle power, these heavenly geniuses were many times stronger than the Barbarian Emperor and the others. If they fought at the same level, the Barbarian Emperor, the Holy Old Heavenly King, and the others would only be killed in an instant. Even the quasi-emperor Undying Demon King wasn't a match for these people. If Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others relied on their own strength, they would be killed in an instant. But this time, Lu Ming and the others didn't think of relying on their own strength to fight. The instant Xiaofeng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others attacked, Lu Ming also moved. He held the primordial divine dragon horn in his hand and blew it. Woo! An ancient and resounding horn sounded, as if an ancient battlefield had reappeared. Roar! Then a heaven-shaking dragon roar came from the dragon tomb under Lu Ming's feet. The dragon tomb lit up, and a huge dragon soul flew out. This was the dragon soul of a 9-clawed dragon. It was mighty and extraordinary, and its vast dragon might made people's hearts palpitate. Although they didn't know what era this divine dragon was from when it was alive, Lu Ming had used the primordial divine dragon horn to summon an indestructible dragon soul countless years after its death. It was still extremely powerful. A dragon soul wasn't a soul. It was equivalent to a remnant undying will, or a trace of imprint. The dragon soul roared and swept its tail at Yin Yang Flying Catkins and the others. Boom! A series of violent explosions rang out, and energy overflowed. The attacks of Xiaofeng and the others had actually been blocked. It's a dragon soul. Damn it! Could this be the legendary war horn of the divine dragon race? He's just a human. How could he awaken it? Tianji Haoyue thought of something and roared in shock. Who cares about the horn? Kill! Xiaofeng roared. His body swelled up, and he transformed into a giant Azura. Black God Force rolled off of him, and he wielded a huge saber. With a murderous aura, he charged toward Lu Ming. The Yin Yang Flying Catkins was shrouded in Yin Yang Qi. The Yin Yang twin sword slashed through the sky towards Lu Ming. Its might was many times stronger than the Yin Yang Flying Catkins. The other Sky Prides also unleashed their full strength and charged towards Lu Ming. Behind them, those geniuses with weaker cultivation levels also dashed toward Lu Ming. This time, a full 1,000 terrifying heavens chosen came. Their cultivations were all 7th-level Divine Lord and above. No one could resist the temptation of becoming a heavenly son or heavenly daughter. Woo woo woo! The sound of the primordial divine dragon's horn became urgent. Then the dragon tombs lit up, and the dragon's roar resounded through the world. Roar roar roar! Amidst the dragon roars, several enormous dragon souls appeared and roared toward the sky with overwhelming dragon might. Under Lu Ming's control, these dragon souls charged at the Sky Prides. These dragon souls were all major characters of the dragon race. When they were alive, they were shockingly powerful. Even though they had died countless years ago, leaving behind only a remnant soul mark, their combat power was still terrifying. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. In just an instant, there were casualties. At least a dozen Sky Prides were torn apart by the dragon souls. Even the Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Xiaofeng, and the others were sent flying. Space-time energy. World formation. The Space-Time Spirit Mouse and World Divine Turtle's Sky Prides attacked. Countless runes suddenly appeared around Lu Ming and the others. Furthermore, the space around them began to ripple. Powerful space-time energy began to spread towards them. However, Lu Ming had long since been prepared for this. The dragon tomb they had chosen wasn't a random one. The 9-clawed dragon soul they had summoned was incomparably powerful. Under Lu Ming's control, the 9-clawed dragon soul suddenly retracted. Its dragon claws stepped on the air, and the runes, formations, and space-time energy all exploded. Regardless of whether it was the formation or the power of time and space, they were all blasted apart by the immense power. Then the 9-clawed dragon soul coiled around Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others to protect them. Wu Wu Wu. Lu Ming circulated his god force, blowing the primordial divine dragon's horn. The ancient sound spread in all directions. Dragon souls constantly flew out of the dragon tombs, attacking the various sky prides. Almost all of these dragon souls were 9-clawed dragons, 8-clawed divine dragons, and even the weakest was a 7-clawed divine dragon. Some of them were so strong that they could even suppress Xiaofeng, Yin Yang flying catkins, and the others. Miserable screams rose and fell as more and more sky prides were killed. In just a short while, over 100 sky prides had fallen. As for them, they couldn't even get close to Lu Ming. Furthermore, the number of dragon souls here was increasing, while their numbers were decreasing. Damn it, we fell into his trap. Let's retreat and leave this area. This kid has the primordial divine dragon's horn, and can summon dragon souls. As long as we leave this burial ground, we'll be fine. Many people, including Tianji Haoyue, roared. They planned to retreat first before thinking of a way to deal with Lu Ming. They did their best to retreat. However, could they retreat so easily? Clearly not. The place Lu Ming had chosen was the center of the divine dragon burial ground. There were dragon tombs all around. At this moment, dragon roars could be heard everywhere, especially several huge dragon tombs. Their roars shook heaven and earth. Several incomparably huge dragon souls appeared. Roar. One of the 9-clawed dragon souls grabbed at Yin Yang flying catkins. This dragon soul's strength had reached a shocking level. Its vast aura made Yin Yang flying catkins cry out in fright. He could sense that this dragon soul had completely surpassed the divine sovereign realm. It was definitely a divine emperor, and not an ordinary divine emperor. It was so strong that he couldn't resist. Roar! A dragon roar rang out as a dragon claw grabbed at Yin Yang flying catkins. Yin Yang flying catkins tried his best to break out, but the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. The dragon claw swiped at him, and Yin Yang flying catkins let out an unwilling cry. His body directly exploded, and his soul was destroyed. Even the nearby sky prides were killed. There were at least 4 of such terrifying dragon souls surrounding the place. The various sky prides were surrounded. Xiaofeng, Tianji Haoyue, and the others had ugly expressions. Space-time spirit mouse, quickly open a wormhole. Let us charge out. Tianji Haoyue roared at the space-time spirit mouse. I can't open a wormhole. With my strength I can't do it. The space-time spirit mouse prodigy shouted. Chapter 3687. Although her cultivation base was higher than Bubbles, her talent wasn't as strong as Bubbles. She couldn't open a wormhole, not even a short-distance wormhole. Damn it. Tianji Haoyue and the others panicked. If they couldn't open a wormhole and leave, they would definitely die under the siege of so many dragon souls. Attack Lu Ming. These dragon souls are all controlled by him. As long as we take him down, all the danger will be resolved. Tianji Haoyue roared. Kill. Xiaofeng roared and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The other geniuses did the same. Yes, their only chance of survival was Lu Ming. As long as they took down Lu Ming, all the danger would be resolved. All the geniuses charged at Lu Ming. Wu Wu Wu. The primordial divine dragon horn began to hum rapidly. Divine power poured into Lu Ming's body from the quantum character art, allowing the primordial divine dragon horn to take effect. One by one, the divine dragons charged toward the sky prides of the various races. There were also many souls around Lu Ming. Tianji Haoyue and the others couldn't charge in at all. As for the 4 strongest dragon souls, they were already charging at them. Those 4 dragon souls were too strong. With each move, over a dozen geniuses were killed. In just a short while, half of the geniuses had fallen. There were over 500 of them. This was an incomparably huge loss. These geniuses were all 7th-level divine lords. If they were placed in the various races, they would have become divine emperors. It wouldn't be difficult for them to become even stronger existences. But now a large number of them had fallen. Boom. At this moment, the entire dragon race's mother planet let out a rumble and violently shook. Lu Ming's gaze swept towards the sky. Outside the dragon race's mother planet, an incomparably huge figure appeared. The holy light was even more resplendent than the sun. Heavenly Palace, Lord of Heaven. Stop! The Lord of Heaven shouted. His palm shone and slashed out. It turned into a resplendent sword of light and slashed at the dragon race's mother planet. Roar! 10,000 dragon seals were activated to resist the sword of light. Rumble! The entire dragon clan's mother planet shook violently. Some mountains even exploded. The dragon burial ground also shook violently. Even Lu Ming's primordial mystical dragon horn paused. The Lord of Heaven has come to save us. Let's work together and kill our way out. All the prodigies roared and rushed in the same direction. Outside the dragon race's mother planet, the Lord of Heaven's attacks were extremely violent, even more terrifying than the last time. Sword of Heaven survey. The Lord of Heaven roared, and the universe shook. This time, he returned to the Heavenly Palace and retrieved the treasure of the Heavenly Palace, the Sword of Heaven survey. As soon as he returned, he saw the geniuses of various races being trapped by Lu Ming's soul. He immediately attacked. A holy sword appeared in the hands of the Lord of Heaven. Boom! At this moment, the Lord of Heaven's aura was at its peak. A few wisps of sword chi seeped out and directly cut open the starry sky. A few ferocious cracks appeared in the vast starry sky, spanning an endless distance. In the endless distance, planets were cut in half one after another, and stars exploded one after another. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. These were just a few wisps of overflowing sword chi, and it was already so terrifying. If the Lord of Heaven used his full strength, he might really be able to cut open an entire galaxy. Legend has it that some of the top powerhouses in the universe could directly destroy an entire galaxy with a full-strength attack. It was not just a rumor. Slash! The Lord of Heaven roared. Holding the Sword of Heaven survey with both hands, a terrifying power condensed, and then turned into an extremely condensed sword chi that slashed towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Roar! At this moment, the 10,000 dragon seals boiled. The entire 10,000 dragon seals turned into an incomparably huge divine dragon that coiled around the Dragon Clan's mother planet. This was the complete manifestation of the 10,000 dragon seals. This divine dragon roared, and its dragon claws burst out with golden divine light as it grabbed at the Sword of Heaven survey. Boom! As if the universe had exploded, the two sides were completely annihilated in the middle of the collision. The dazzling divine light made people unable to open their eyes. The Dragon Clan's mother planet shook violently. Many peaks collapsed, and in the sea, endless waves rolled, forming a tsunami. In the end, outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the result was decided. The dragon claw formed by the 10,000 dragon seals actually exploded. The sword chi formed by the Sword of Heaven survey also shattered. However, it turned into wisps of sword chi that spread across the surface of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. That collision just now caused some weaknesses to appear in the 10,000 dragon seals. In an instant, many sword chi seeped in and permeated into the Dragon Clan's mother planet. These sword chi were weakened to the extreme by the 10,000 dragon seals, and did not have much power left. However, they were still extremely terrifying. These sword chi bombarded the ground of the Dragon Clan's mother planet without any target. Boom! Boom! The mountains were penetrated, and huge pits were blasted out on the ground. Many dragon beasts were swept by the sword chi and turned into ashes. Some unlucky Dragonians were swept by the sword chi and died on the spot. The people from the outside world are coming in. Quickly hide! Hide in the ruins! Quickly! At this moment, the entire Dragon Clan's mother planet was in chaos. Countless Dragonians roared in horror, as if doomsday was coming. Many people roared and rushed into the various ruins. Most of these ruins were shrouded in restrictions and had spatial folding technology to avoid disasters. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was in chaos. At the Dragon Burial Slope, a wisp of sword chi also fell. This sword chi had no target, and it fell directly. When it fell, a large number of dragon souls were directly destroyed. However, a large number of sky prides from various races were also killed by the sword chi, at least dozens of them. In the end, The sword chi fell on the ground and blasted out a huge pit. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others' faces were a little pale. If this sword chi fell on them, only death would await them. Fortunately, their luck was not bad and it did not fall near them. However, this way, the dragon souls in that direction were destroyed by the sword chi, including a terrifying dragon soul. This way, a flaw appeared in the encirclement. Charge out. How could Tianji Haoyue and the others miss such an opportunity? They pushed their speed to the limit and rushed out with all their might. The sky pride of the space-time spirit mouse was the fastest. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement. Next was Tianji Haoyue, Xiaofeng, and the others. They also rushed out of the encirclement. The other sky prides rushed out with all their might. Wu 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 Lu Ming continued to blow the primordial divine dragon horn, controlling the remaining dragon souls to chase after the various sky prides. In the end, after a few dozen sky prides were left, the remaining sky prides all left the dragon burial slope. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the sky prides from various races in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, because the Lord of Heaven suddenly made a move, a flaw appeared in his plan, and these people escaped. Huff Huff Tianji Haoyue and the others left the dragon burial slope, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still had lingering fears. Chapter 3688. That damned Lu Ming. Tianji Haoyue roared in his heart, his face incomparably sinister. This time, he had lost a lot of face. The Tianji race was known for their flawless plan, but this time, he had miscalculated. Even he himself had almost been completely wiped out. This was a great humiliation to him. He already bore a deep grudge against Lu Ming. Dragon race Lu Ming, I will return this enmity tenfold. Tianji Haoyue roared in his heart, but then he thought, the Lord of Heaven is about to make a move. This Lu Ming is dead for sure. I probably won't have a chance to take revenge. What a pity. People in the dragon race's mother planet, listen up. All of you, withdraw from the dragon race's mother planet. If you don't, I won't be able to take care of you when I make a move. The Lord of Heaven's voice came from beyond the sky. Go, let's leave quickly. Go. The expressions of the various races' geniuses changed greatly. They couldn't care less about the opportunities here and flew towards the sky. The Lord of Heaven was clearly going all out. The Lord of Heaven had broken the 10,000 dragon seals. Even if a wisp of energy seeped into the dragon race's mother planet, it was incomparably terrifying. Just like just now, it was just a wisp of sword energy, but no one could block it. If they were unlucky and were hit by the sword energy, only death would await them. None of the various races' geniuses dared to stay, and they all flew into the sky. The 10,000 dragon seals wouldn't stop them from flying out of the dragon race's mother planet. These people flew out of the range of the 10,000 dragon seals and returned to the starry sky. In an instant, almost all the various races' geniuses had left the dragon race's mother planet. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility of some unwilling ones hiding in some ruins on the dragon race's mother planet. The Lord of Heaven couldn't be bothered with this. Is the Lord of Heaven going all out? Lu Ming looked at the sky with a solemn expression. He didn't put away the ancient divine power horn, and continued to control the dragon soul. When the Lord of Heaven attacked the 10,000 dragon seals, if the energy seeped in like before, he could control the dragon soul to block it. It was better than them defending themselves, even though they weren't very confident. After the prodigies of the various clans left, the Lord of Heaven looked at Lu Ming and the others. Do you really think you can stop me with just 10,000 dragon seals? How naive. The Lord of Heaven's cold voice sounded, and the holy light on his body became even more dazzling. The sword of sky survey in his hand emitted a terrifying aura, as if it was going to slaughter the world. The sword of sky survey had the power to survey the heavens and could slay anyone in the world. It was a precious treasure of the heavenly palace. The cultivation of the Lord of Heaven was fully unleashed. Endless destructive power poured into the sword of Heaven's sentinel. Today, I will break these 10,000 dragon seals. The Lord of Heaven shouted coldly, and he became one with the sword. His body and the sword of sky survey seemed to become one, turning into a dazzling sword light that stabbed towards the dragon race's mother planet. This time, It wasn't just a sword light like the previous time. Instead, the Lord of Heaven and the Sword of Sky survey had become one, and the power of the attack had reached a terrifying level. The 10,000 dragon seals turned into an incomparably huge divine dragon. It let out a long roar, and then directly pounced towards the Lord of Heaven. Boom! The two sides collided once again. Crash! With the Lord of Heaven as the center, the void within 100 million miles was directly annihilated, turning into nothingness. Nothing was left. The prodigies and the older generation experts of the various clans had already evacuated this part of the starry sky, not daring to stay at all. Endless destructive power swept across the starry sky, and wherever it passed, nothing was left. Even the huge star that accompanied the dragon race's mother planet trembled, and its flames dimmed, almost extinguishing like a candle flame. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the sky, there were continuous explosions, and airwaves swept across. Looking up from the dragon race's mother planet, the sky was dazzling and extremely spectacular. Roar. Then there were dragon roars, and Lu Ming saw that the divine dragon formed by the 10,000 dragon seals actually trembled, and was forcibly cut in two by the sword light. Of course, this divine dragon being cut in two didn't mean that the 10,000 dragon seals were broken. That divine dragon was just the manifestation of the 10,000 dragon seals' counterattack. The divine dragon being broken only meant that the counterattack of the 10,000 dragon seals was broken. Boom. Then, the sword light didn't stop, and continued to slash downwards. However, a layer of light shield appeared around the dragon race's mother planet. This layer of light shield surrounded the dragon race's mother planet in the middle, and on the surface of the light shield, there were countless divine dragon figures moving around. This was the true appearance of the 10,000 dragon seals. It was just that they usually didn't show it. The sword light heavily slashed on the light shield, and a shocking explosion erupted. The dragon race's mother planet shook even more violently, and terrifying energy seeped into the dragon race's mother planet, scattering on the ground. On the dragon race's mother planet, the ground, mountains, and seas were constantly exploding, and countless life forms died. There were also several energy blasts that landed near the dragon burial slope, and several dragon tombs exploded. Fortunately, none of the energy blasts landed on Lu Ming and the others. Their luck wasn't bad. The 10,000 dragon seals were constantly vibrating. Above them, countless divine dragons were roaring and glowing. The sky patrolling sword surveys the world, killing everything. Break. The Lord of Heaven's voice shook the universe's starry sky, and holy light extinguished the starry sky, turning it into nothingness. Crack. A sound was heard, as if porcelain had been shattered. A crack was forcibly torn on the 10,000 dragon seals. Not good. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others' expressions changed. Previously, the winged race's experts and the Wu people's experts had wanted to tear open a crack on the 10,000 dragon seals, and then kill Lu Ming. But with their strength, they weren't able to do that. In the end, they had been injured by the 10,000 dragon seals and had retreated. But now, the Lord of Heaven's sky patrolling sword had forcibly torn apart the 10,000 dragon seals. Even 10,000 dragon seals can't stop me. The Lord of Heaven roared. The holy light on his body condensed into two large hands, and he clawed at the crack on the 10,000 dragon seals, preventing the 10,000 dragon seals from merging. Kid, if I want to take down someone, no matter where they are, they won't be able to escape. There's no place for you in the universe. The Lord of Heaven's voice spread throughout the starry sky. Then, a holy light passed through the crack and seeped into the dragon race's mother planet. It turned into a hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. The hand covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire dragon burial slope. This is troublesome. Lu Ming whispered. It's more than troublesome. Kid, you're dead. Guemo shouted. Lu Ming. Facing this situation, Lu Ming wouldn't give up. He blew the primordial divine dragon horn, and one soul after another roared and rushed towards the hand. However, this was the Lord of Heaven's attack, and it wasn't weakened by the 10,000 dragon seals. How terrifying was its power! These dragon souls couldn't block it at all. As the huge hand pressed down, the dragon souls shattered one after another like fireworks. In an instant, All the dragon souls were annihilated. The hand continued to press down. Sigh. Lu Ming put down the primordial divine dragon horn and let out a long sigh. The gap between him and the Lord of Heaven was too big. Even if he wanted to go against the heavens, he couldn't do so. But at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Chapter 3689. It wasn't just Lu Ming. Ao Yen, Ao Guan, Ao Cheng, and the others all looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, a divine dragon suddenly appeared in front of the huge palm. This divine dragon was just a 5-clawed divine dragon. It didn't look any different from an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon. However, it gave off an incomparably majestic and unfathomable feeling. Roar. A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the entire dragon clan's home planet. A dragon claw stretched out, rapidly expanding, and collided with the Lord of Heaven's palm. With a loud boom, the palm formed by the Lord of Heaven was crushed by the dragon claw. It turned into energy and disappeared. It was blocked. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others were all dumbfounded. That was an attack from the Lord of Heaven. Although it wasn't his full strength, it was still terrifying enough. This 5-clawed divine dragon that suddenly appeared actually blocked that attack. The key was that this 5-clawed divine dragon looked extremely lifelike. It wasn't an attack condensed from the 10,000 dragon seals. It had its own spirituality. It was like a living being. The divine dragon clan actually had such a powerful existence. In the distant starry sky, the experts of various races were gathered. There were the older generation, and there were also the younger generation. Images were floating in the air, showing Lu Ming and the others, as well as the scene of their previous confrontation. That was because there were many geniuses who had set up monitoring formations all over the dragon clan's home planet. There were also some people who had left their illusory divine jades on the dragon clan's home planet to monitor it. So they could also see the situation on the dragon clan's home planet. A 5-clawed divine dragon is so powerful? What's going on? There's still such a powerful remnant of the divine dragon clan alive? Everyone was discussing all kinds of doubts and guesses. At this time, the heavenly palace's Lord of Heaven stared at the 5-clawed divine dragon. His pupils shrank and he said coldly, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the world destruction black dragon Ao Qian. You're really lucky to still have a wisp of your soul left behind." What is Senior Ao Qian? When Ao Yen heard this, she cried out in alarm. No way, Senior Ao Qian is still alive. Didn't he die in battle back then? Ao Guan and Ao Cheng also cried out in surprise. However, soon after, their eyes erupted with a fiery radiance. That was the radiance of worship. Everyone, is this Senior Ao Qian a big shot of your dragon clan? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others. He's not just a big shot. Ao Qian is a legend of the dragon clan. He came from an ordinary background. He was only a 5-clawed black dragon. But as a 5-clawed black dragon, he rose against the heavens and defeated countless geniuses of the dragon clan. Even the 9-clawed dragon lost to him. After that, he became the strongest cultivator of the dragon clan. Ao Yen said. Furthermore, Senior Ao Qian came from a small world. Ao Guan added. Although they were all 9-clawed dragons, which was the embodiment of the dragon clan's bloodline talent, they were all dragons. However, when they talked about Ao Qian, their eyes were full of worship and passion. A 5-clawed divine dragon from a small world actually became the #1 expert of the dragon race. Lu Ming was also amazed. The 5-clawed divine dragon had the lowest talent in the divine dragon clan. Ao Qian, on the other hand, came from a small world, but in the end he became the #1 expert of the endless dragon clan. This was completely an epic. This was an invincible figure, a peerless hero, an overlord of the universe. However, according to the Lord of Heaven, Ao Qian seemed to only have a wisp of his soul left. Before we were sealed back then, it was said that Senior Ao Qian had already died in battle. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Ao Yen said, her eyes bursting with hope. She was the princess of the dragon clan, and shouldered the hope of the dragon clan's rise. However, how old was she and how high was her cultivation base? This pressure was too great. Now that she knew that the #1 expert of the dragon clan was still alive, She breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the pressure had lessened by a lot. Yale, get out of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. In the sky, Aoqian spoke. His voice was deep and full of dominance. Yale was the name of the Lord of Heaven. He directly asked the Lord of Heaven to get out. Aoqian, you're just a wisp of your soul. If you were at your peak, I would still be a little afraid. A wisp of your soul still dares to come out. Today I'll completely turn you into ashes. The Yale Lord of Heaven roared, and holy light burst forth. However, after the delay just now, the power of the 10,000 dragon seals became stronger and stronger. It produced a counterattack, and the Yale Lord of Heaven was forced to retreat. The gaps in the 10,000 dragon seals that had been opened reformed, and the cracks disappeared. The Yale Lord of Heaven's face was a little gloomy. All of you, attack with me. Today we'll completely destroy Aoqian's soul, and make the Dragon Clan history. The Yale Lord of Heaven said coldly. His words were directed in another direction. As soon as his voice fell, a huge figure appeared in the starry sky outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet. This incomparably huge figure was covered in holy light, and it had 6 pairs of wings on its back. It was the 12-winged angel that had appeared before. After the 12-winged angel appeared, another huge figure appeared in another direction. This figure was different from the 12-winged angel. It was covered in a blood-red fog, and it looked incomparably evil. There was also a pair of wings on its back. This pair of wings was like a bat's, but the edges of the wings were golden. Its aura was incomparably terrifying, and it wasn't any weaker than the 12-winged angel. At the same time, a black fog appeared that blocked the sun's rays. This black fog constantly twisted, turning into a human form, and then into a beast form. The angels, blood race, and soul race have all come? Very good. Aoqian said coldly, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. I'll break the 10,000 dragon seals. After I break them, you guys hold the 10,000 dragon seals. Don't let them heal. Yale said. The experts of the angels, blood race, and soul race nodded. Attack. The Yale Lord of Heaven spoke. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, the auras of the 3 experts of the 3 races erupted. Under this terrifying aura, the starry sky shook violently. Then the 3 of them attacked. 3 attacks fell on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. These 3 people were incomparably terrifying. Their cultivation realms were probably on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. When the 3 attacked, the 10,000 dragon seals also launched a counterattack. An incomparably huge 9-clawed dragon appeared and collided with the attacks of the 3. However, the attacks of the 3 existences on the same level as the Lord of Heaven were too terrifying. The counterattack of the 10,000 dragon seals was instantly defeated. The Lord of Heaven took the opportunity to become one with his sword and slashed down on the light barrier formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. Rumble. The Dragon Clan's mother planet shook violently once more, and strands of energy seeped in. Chapter 3690. Huge craters appeared on the surface of the dragon race's home planet. The energy rushed towards the dragon burial slope, but was easily blocked by Aoqian. This time, the Lord of Heaven's full power attack landed on the barrier. The barrier shook intensely, and then a crack appeared. This crack was even larger than the previous one. Attack! The 12-winged angel and the blood race's expert appeared on the 10,000 dragon seals crack. Among them, the 12-winged angel emitted holy light all over its body. Its 12 wings were incomparably huge, and it reached into the crack and pulled it out with all its might. As for the blood race's expert, he grabbed the other side of the crack and pulled. Rumble. The 10,000 dragon seal shook even more intensely. That crack was forcibly pulled a bit wider, and it was blocked by 2 terrifying existences. Aoqian, let's see how you block me. Kill. Lord of Heaven Yale bellowed as holy light bloomed. Endless holy light condensed into a figure that looked exactly like Yale. It held a holy light sword and stepped into the crack, arriving at the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. The Yale Lord of Heaven didn't need to go all out against the 10,000 dragon seal. This divine avatar was extremely terrifying. As soon as he entered, a terrifying aura filled the air. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others felt like they were facing a boundless universe. It was so terrifying that it made them despair. This was an existence that the Lord of Heaven couldn't even imagine. Compared to him, Lu Ming was like a firefly compared to the moon. The difference was countless times. Fortunately, Ao Qian released an aura that blocked Yale's aura. Otherwise, given Yale's, Ao Yan's, and the rest's cultivation level, they would be crushed to death by this aura. Kill. Yale's avatar wielded a sword of holy light and charged toward Ao Qian. Roar. Ao Qian let out a dragon roar and charged forward. His dragon claws seemed like they could tear apart the universe. They clashed with Yale's sword light. Sword light soared into the sky, but it only flickered a few times before exploding. An incomparably huge dragon claw slashed down, and Yale's divine avatar directly collapsed. How is this possible? You're just a remnant soul. Outside the 10,000 dragon seal, the Yale Lord of Heaven roared in shock. Back then, I killed more than one Lord of Heaven. So what if I'm just a remnant soul? Ao Qian spoke domineeringly. It was just a wisp of remnant soul, yet it still had an invincible spirit. It was hard to imagine what kind of spirit Ao Qian would have had when he was at his peak. You! How dare a remnant soul look down on him? He would definitely destroy Ao Qian. If Ao Qian was at his peak, he would just turn and leave. He wouldn't dare to fight. Just like Ao Qian said, he had killed more than one Lord of Heaven back then. But now, Ao Qian was just a remnant soul. He didn't have much strength left. And he had the Sword of Heaven survey. He was confident he could kill Ao Qian. With that, Yale took a step forward and charged into the crack of the 10,000 dragon seal. In an instant, sword light filled the sky. Holy light covered the sky, turning the world white. Then the dazzling sword light slashed at Ao Qian. Ao Qian roared. His dragon body became millions of miles long as he used a terrifying secret technique. Dazzling divine light blasted at the sword light. He fought with Yale. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. Yale's true body charged impersonally with the Sword of Heaven survey. He was extremely powerful. Ao Qian was, after all, just a remnant soul. He wasn't a match for his opponent. He was forced to retreat, completely at a disadvantage. Boom. Finally, Yale's sword slashed at Ao Qian's body. Ao Qian's body exploded, turning into rays of light. Senior. How could this be? Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others cried out in disbelief. The number one expert of the dragon race, Ao Qian, was killed as soon as he came out. They couldn't accept this. They had just seen hope, but in the next moment, it was despair. The difference was too great. Haha, Ao Qian, so what if you were invincible back then? In the end, you will still die at my hands. The Lord of Heaven laughed. But halfway through, his laughter came to an abrupt stop. Because the rays of light that Ao Qian had exploded into began to gather again. In the end, they turned into a human form, a middle-aged man. This was Ao Qian's human form. He was wearing battle armor, and his figure was imposing and domineering. Ao Qian, why? Yale shouted. He was very puzzled. Why can't I die? Let me tell you, in the dragon race's mother planet, as long as the mother planet is not destroyed, I will not die. Today the one who will die is you. Die. Ao Qian shouted. His arms shook, and the entire dragon race's mother planet burst out with rays of light. Endless rays of light gathered toward Ao Qian, and his aura continued to surge. Boom. He punched out, and a dragon-shaped fist energy pounced toward Yale. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Yale slashed out with his sword, and collided with the dragon-shaped sword energy. His body was forced back. Ao Qian, you've merged with the dragon race's mother planet Star Will. Damn it. Yale roared. He finally understood why Ao Qian couldn't die. He finally understood why Ao Qian didn't die after being scattered by him. It was because Ao Qian's remnant soul had merged with the dragon race's mother planet Star Will. As long as the dragon race's mother planet was not destroyed, Ao Qian would not die. Moreover, Ao Qian could borrow the power of the entire dragon race's mother planet to increase his combat strength. Die. Die. Ao Qian shouted, and his fists kept punching out. Dragon-shaped fist energy constantly blasted out. Yale had to brandish the Sword of Heaven survey to be able to fight against Ao Qian. Although Ao Qian was just a remnant soul, He could already fight against him with the help of the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian, you've merged with the dragon race's mother planet's star will. You'll be trapped in the dragon race's mother planet for the rest of your life. You won't be able to leave. Yale shouted. I'm just a remnant soul. My mission in the future is to protect the dragon race's mother planet. It doesn't matter if I leave or not. You, on the other hand, won't be able to leave today. Ao Qian replied coldly, and his attacks became more and more violent. Yale roared in his heart. He was helpless and frightened. Ao Qian's current combat strength was probably a few % of his peak. If he didn't have the Sword of Heaven survey, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this time he wasn't alone. I'll hold Ao Qian back. You come in and kill Lu Ming and those 9-clawed dragon. Yale's voice sounded. He was talking to the Soul Race expert. The Soul Race expert hadn't made a move, and was guarding outside. Yes. The Soul Race expert responded silently, and then rushed toward the crack. He rushed into the dragon race's mother planet through the crack, and then rushed toward Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others. Chapter 3691. This Soul Race expert was in existence on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. He was incomparably terrifying. Not good. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. In the end, Ao Qian was just one person. Now that he was entangled, he couldn't save them. Power, power, I want power. Lu Ming roared inside. This feeling of powerlessness was too uncomfortable. He couldn't control his own fate, and could only wait for others to save him. This feeling was truly unbearable. If he had the power to suppress the universe, why would he have to do this? Kiki, an existence that has fused with a taboo energy, will die at my hands today. This feeling is wonderful. The Soul Race expert sneered. It seemed to be a woman's voice, but it was very cold and grating. Do you think you can touch a taboo body? Just as the Spiritas expert's voice fell, another woman's voice rang out. It was cold and arrogant. Then Lu Ming and the others saw a figure appear in front of them. It was a young woman in a dress that fluttered in the wind. She was like an immortal. However, her body was somewhat illusory. It wasn't a corporeal body, but a wisp of her soul. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the rest did not know when this lady had appeared. A remnant soul, no, a soul incarnation. A mere soul incarnation dares to block me. Those who block me will die. The Soul Race expert roared. His body was like smoke as he charged at the woman. However, he didn't see the fear in the Yale Lord of Heaven's eyes. Careful! The Yale Lord of Heaven shouted a warning, but it was already too late. The young woman extended a jade-white hand and pressed it against the air. It seemed slow, but in the next moment, her palm had already struck the Soul Race expert. 8. The Soul Race expert's attack directly collapsed. He let out a miserable scream as his body exploded, turning into smoke that wildly retreated. After retreating a great distance, he reformed. However, his aura was several times weaker than before. He had been heavily injured. Flee! Flee! The Soul Race expert only had one thought in his mind. He was really scared to death. He was a mighty figure of the Spiritas, and his cultivation was not below that of the Lord of Heaven. Furthermore, the Spiritas were extremely special. They were born with soul bodies that were difficult to kill, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. However, the woman's seemingly casual palm strike had seriously injured him. His aura was extremely weak, and he was almost obliterated. Who is this guy? What kind of being is this? How could it be so terrifying? It was clearly just a soul incarnation, but it was so powerful that it was shocking. He madly rushed towards the crack, wanting to rush out of the crack and get as far away as possible. It wasn't just him. Even Yale had an unsightly expression on his face. Instead of continuing to fight with Ao Qian, he retreated at top speed, following the spirit folk expert out of the rift. After rushing out of the crack, Yale breathed a sigh of relief. The 12-winged angel and the blood-breed elite also let go of the 10,000 dragon seal and retreated. Who is it? Who is this person? Why is he so terrifying? The Spiritas powerhouses muttered to themselves with lingering fear in their hearts. Immeasurable heavenly demon, flying phoenix. Yale murmured. However, his voice was trembling. It was difficult to hide his emotions. What flying phoenix? That taboo? The experts of the Soul Clan, the Angel Clan, and the Blood Clan exclaimed in unison. They were extremely shocked. Yale nodded. Isn't this person supposed to be there? Why would she appear on the dragon race's mother planet? However, it's just a soul incarnation. Could it be that she's guarding the taboo? With this person here, we should retreat first. Or perhaps we can get the Heavenly Palace to send more experts. The taboo isn't something we can deal with, the Spirita's expert said. He still had lingering fear in his heart. You want to retreat? Since you're here, don't leave. That peerlessly beautiful woman, Flying Phoenix, seemed to have heard Yale and the others' conversation. She took a step forward, and her figure appeared outside the 10,000 dragon seal. Yale and the others subconsciously retreated. They're actually this scared. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others were all shocked. In the distant starry sky, the various races were also shocked when they saw this scene through the monitoring formation. The Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven seemed to be very scared. How was this possible? Who else in the universe could make the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven so scared? Flying Phoenix, your true body isn't here. This is just a soul incarnation. Do you think you can keep us here? If the four of us work together, it's hard to say who can keep who here. Yale shouted. The Heaven Sentinel sword shone and enveloped him, increasing his courage a bit. The eyes of the Angels and Blood Tribe powerhouses flashed, revealing a hint of interest. Indeed, they had heard of Flying Phoenix's terrifying reputation. However, no matter how strong Flying Phoenix was, she was just a soul incarnation. How strong could she be? If they worked together, they might be able to take down Flying Phoenix. Taking down a soul incarnation of the taboo would be a great merit for them. Only the Spirita's expert was still a bit frightened. That palm just now had scared him out of his wits. Don't worry. A soul incarnation can't store too much energy. The reason why her palm was so powerful just now might be because she used up a lot of energy. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yale's words made the others even braver. Standing at their height, they were naturally very clear about the weakness of a soul incarnation. A soul incarnation was just a soul incarnation. It wasn't a physical body, so it couldn't store too much energy. It would be easily exhausted. If the four of them worked together, they would exhaust their opponent to death. Thinking of this, they became even bolder. Cold killing intent filled the air. Very good. You don't run when facing me, and you even want to deal with me. You have some guts. Just based on this, I can give you a quick death. Flying Phoenix spoke. Although she was petite, she was even more domineering than Ao Qian. As soon as she finished speaking, she attacked. Her palm pressed forward. This palm seemed to cut through the universe. It looked ordinary, but it was incomparably stunning. Attack! At the same time, Yale and the others attacked. Yale slashed out with the Heaven Sentinel sword. Dazzling swordlight collided with Flying Phoenix's palm. Clang! The sound of the collision spread throughout the universe. Sword chi scattered, and Yale rapidly retreated. At the same time, the Angels and the Blood Race's experts attacked Flying Phoenix. But her figure flashed and she dodged. In the next moment, she suddenly appeared in front of the Spirita's expert and pressed her palm down. This palm was different from the previous ones. The surface of her palm was covered in a layer of devilish light. Its power was even more terrifying. Not good. Save me. The Spirita's expert roared in panic. He didn't dare take it head-on. He retreated. But while he was fast, Flying Phoenix was faster. Her palm accurately struck the Spirita's expert. A miserable and despairing scream echoed through the starry sky. The Spirita's expert's body directly collapsed, turning into strands of energy. Then he completely disappeared. Chapter 3692. The Spiritkin expert's miserable scream echoed throughout the starry sky. Even the geniuses and experts of the various races who were far away could clearly hear it. Through the monitoring formation, they could also see some blurry images. Combining the two, they deduced a shocking piece of news. The Spirita's powerhouse was killed. Everyone looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The Spiritkin expert was actually killed. This was an expert on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. At least, their major realms were the same. An expert of this level was already a supreme existence to them. They were unrivaled. They were the pinnacle of the primitive universe, invincible existences. Now such an existence had been killed. Then, what realm was the other party? This was beyond everyone's understanding. On the dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others were also dumbfounded. They were deeply shocked. So strong, truly so strong. This was the only thought in Lu Ming's and the others' minds. Killing an incomparably terrifying figure with 2 palms. The key point was listening to the other party's conversation. That woman called Fei Huang was only a soul avatar, not her main body. This is a true invincible expert. Peerless beauty. Lu Ming sighed. With this kind of strength, she could really dominate the universe. Above the dragon race's mother planet, the angel race, the blood race, and the Lord of Heaven were deeply shocked. A chill rose in their hearts. I don't believe that a soul avatar can be invincible. After all, the Lord of Heaven was not an ordinary person. His mind was resolute. With a roar, his power flowed through the heaven-surveying sword. He and the sword became one, and a resplendent light burst out, slashing toward Fei Huang. World extermination judgment, Angel King. The angel race's expert also roared. Holy light illuminated the 9 heavens. A mighty existence seemed to appear on his body. He wore a crown and held a scepter. Then, a terrifying cross-shaped holy light slashed toward Fei Huang. Blood God Art. The blood race's expert flapped his wings, and a sea of blood overflowed. It almost enveloped the entire dragon race's mother planet. Within the sea of blood, countless strange creatures roared, shaking one's soul as they rushed murderously towards Fei Huang. Facing the strongest attacks of the 3 powerhouses, Fei Huang's expression was extremely calm, even indifferent and faintly disdainful. She stood in the air, her long dress fluttering in the wind. A wisp of demonic light appeared on her body, and her temperament was extremely special. Her hands pushed outwards and immediately, several snow-white jade hands formed. They were incomparably huge, and they covered heaven and earth. Lu Ming raised his head, and seemed to see a few jade-like hands between heaven and earth. Several jade-like hands pressed out. The sea of blood collapsed, and the bizarre creatures within it let out miserable shrieks. One by one, they exploded, transforming into dust that dissipated in the air. Following that, the blood-kindred powerhouse also let out a mournful cry, filled with despair. Touch her jade-like hand swept through the sea of blood as easily as crushing dry weeds. The blood tribe powerful being's body exploded like a balloon. His strand of true self origin wrapped in a ball of blood-red light wanted to escape, but it was useless. With a press of her jade hand, everything turned to ashes. The strand of true self origin of the blood-kindred powerhouse also completely disappeared, and he died. Another terrifying powerhouse was killed. This time it only took one move. Shocking. Just now, Fei Huang had attacked with a total of several jade-like hands. Clearly there was a difference in power. The jade-like hand that attacked the blood-kindred powerhouse was the strongest, and contained the strongest offensive power. As for the other hand that attacked the angel powerhouse, the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace's jade-like hand, it was only used to block their attacks. At this moment, the angel powerhouse, the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace, was truly afraid. His heart was cold, and his eyes were filled with fear. Let's go! The Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace shouted in fear, and turned to leave. The angel powerhouse also did the same. It was too terrifying. Whether it was the spirit-kin powerhouse or the blood-kindred powerhouse, their strength wasn't any weaker than the angel powerhouse. They were just a bit weaker than the Lord of Heaven. But Fei Huang had killed one of them in one move. It was truly terrifying. If Fei Huang still had the strength to use one more move, they would be finished. The two of them erupted with their fastest speed to escape. Sky Devil Domain. Fei Huang's indifferent voice rang out. An invisible fluctuation spread out, enveloping the vast starry sky. The angel powerhouse and the Lord of Heaven of the Lord of Heaven's extremely fast speed suddenly slowed down. It was as if they were stuck in a quagmire. They were as slow as snails. Not good. The expressions of the Yale Lord of Heaven and the angel powerhouse wildly changed. In the next moment, Fei Huang's figure appeared in front of the angel powerhouse. No, the angel powerhouse roared in fear. His 12 wings emitted a dazzling light and transformed into 12 sharp blades that wildly slashed at Fei Huang. Die! Fei Huang spoke. Her voice was indifferent, as if she was passing judgment. Her body emitted a devilish light, and the light on her palm became even denser. She slapped out with her palm. Under this palm, everything was annihilated. The angel powerhouse's attack was instantly annihilated. The same was true for his body. He was even more miserable. He didn't even have the chance to scream before directly disappearing from the great desolate universe. It was as if he had never appeared. Even a trace of his mark had been erased. This ability, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He discovered that the energy Fei Huang had used was very similar to the energy Xian Yanqing had used in the past. Both were able to envelop a space and restrict the enemy's movements. The difference was that Fei Huang's range was too wide. Even the vast starry sky was enveloped. The range was who knew how many times larger than Xian Yanqing's. Damn it! Explode. The Yale Lord of Heaven almost pissed himself in fright. He did his best to activate the Heaven Sentinel Sword. The Heaven Sentinel Sword shook violently, releasing a terrifying sword intent that tore through the starry sky, increasing his speed. However, Fei Huang didn't stop after killing the angel powerhouse. Her figure flickered, and she once more appeared beside the Yale Lord of Heaven. She slammed her palm down. Ah! The Yale Lord of Heaven roared. Sensing the threat of death, he suddenly turned and slashed out with his sword. Clang! Fei Huang's palm collided with the Sky Sentinel's sword, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions like water waves. Buzz! The Heaven Sentinel sword shook violently. As for the Yale Lord of Heaven, his body shook even more violently. Pft! He coughed up blood. The bones in his sword-wielding hand were directly shattered. He retreated, blood constantly spurting out of his body. Many cracks appeared on the surface of his body. It was like porcelain was about to shatter. Interesting. You can take one of my moves without dying. Let's see how many of them you can take. Fei Huang's indifferent voice rang out. She once more sent out a palm. The Yale Lord of Heaven crazily roared. His body's energy began to blaze. All his power and potential were ignited. Chapter 3693. Yale Lord of Heaven began to go all out, burning everything, including his potential, even his soul, body, origin, blood, and so on. Everything was ignited, causing his power to rise to the extreme. Clang! The two of them exchanged another blow. This time, the result was no different from the last time. Fei Huang remained motionless, while Yale Lord of Heaven retreated. His body kept emitting explosive sounds, his muscles and bones were constantly exploding. His body was tattered, and all his bones had been shattered. He had suffered an unimaginable injury. Even if Yale Lord of Heaven could escape now, it would be a huge loss. His potential would be exhausted, and there would be no possibility for him to improve in the future. His cultivation might even regress. But now he couldn't care about this at all. He just wanted to escape. This time he had miscalculated. He didn't expect that a wisp of Fei Huang's soul would be on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. If he had known, he would never have come. But it was too late now, because Fei Huang's third attack had already been launched. The jade-like hand with demonic light was huge and boundless, pressing down on Yale Lord of Heaven. Yale Lord of Heaven could only barely erupt with power and activate the Sword of Heaven survey to resist. But this time he could no longer block it. With a bang, his body exploded. Only a wisp of his true self was left. He rushed into the Sword of Heaven survey in a panic and activated the Sword of Heaven survey, wanting to escape. But the jade-like hand swept across the air. How could he escape? No, save me! Yale Lord of Heaven roared crazily, almost scared out of his wits. However, just as Yale Lord of Heaven's voice fell, the starry sky in the distance suddenly cracked open. From the spatial crack, a big hand stretched out. The big hand was crystal clear, completely composed of snow-white holy light, and grabbed at Fei Huang. Its speed seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It arrived in an instant and bombarded the jade-like hand formed by Fei Huang. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. This time, cracks appeared on the jade-like hand formed by Fei Huang, and then it exploded. Fei Huang's face changed slightly, and she retreated. Old man, Fei Huang's expression was somewhat ugly. After that large hand repelled Fei Huang, it did not give chase. Instead, it grabbed the heaven-surveying sword and quickly pulled it back. "Don't even think about leaving," Fei Huang shouted coldly. She stepped into the starry sky, chasing after him. The devilish light on her body grew even brighter as she blasted out another palm strike. It was still a jade-like hand, but this time, the jade-like hand was much dimmer and contained an astonishing demonic light. Boom! Holy light boiled in this cracked space. Then, another big hand reached out and collided with the jade hand formed by Fei Huang. Fei Huang's jade hand exploded again. "Fei Huang, you're just a soul clone, you can't stop me," a voice rang out, causing the starry sky to tremble endlessly. In the distant starry sky, many planets were shaking. Just his voice alone was already terrifyingly powerful. At the same time, the huge hand that was carrying Yale, the Lord of Heaven's Sword of Heaven, rapidly retreated. "Old man, you can't even take care of yourself, yet you dare to stop me? Be careful of being annihilated," Fei Huang said coldly. "You don't need to worry about that." That voice rang out once more. In the next moment, it retreated back into the crack in space and disappeared. This, Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others stared blankly at the starry sky. Just now, it was clear that an even stronger existence from the heavenly palace had made a move. An existence even stronger than the Lord of Heaven had saved Yale, the Lord of Heaven, from an unknown distance away. Now everyone was watching. If Yale, the Lord of Heaven, died here, it would be a huge loss to the heavenly palace's prestige. However, the other side seemed to have some misgivings. They only left Yale, the Lord of Heaven, and did not continue to attack. Just like that, a world-shaking battle came to an end. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others' hearts swayed as they watched. They were indescribably excited. Although they could be considered pretty good amongst the younger generation, compared to the Lord of Heaven and the others, they were still a far cry. There was no need to even mention Fei Huang, or that mysterious person from the heavenly palace. They still had a long way to go. Fei Huang looked at the starry sky, her eyes flickering. She took a step back and returned to the dragon race's home planet. The 10,000 dragon seals didn't stop her at all. Fei Huang came to Ao Qian's side. "Little fellows, come with us." Ao Qian waved his hand. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others felt an energy envelop them. Following that, space rippled, and they were pulled by an invisible energy. Their surroundings rapidly changed, and in the next moment, they arrived in an unfamiliar environment. The surroundings were filled with unimaginably dense mist. Junior greets Senior Ao Qian, Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others came to Fei Huang, Ao Qian, and the other side and cupped their fists. "No need to be so polite. You're all pretty good." Ao Yan examined Ao Yan and the others and nodded in satisfaction. "Right now, the dragon race doesn't have much left. You are the hope of the dragon race's revival. Work hard." Ao Qian looked at Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others immediately became excited. In front of this legendary figure of the dragon race, even if their talent was extraordinary, they were still very excited. Ao Qian was only a 5-clawed divine dragon, and his bloodline was the lowest in the divine dragon race. However, he had grown to become the strongest expert of the divine dragon race with the lowest bloodline. He had trampled many 9-clawed dragons beneath his feet. He could be called a legend. Even if their talent was very high, it would be very difficult for them to reach Ao Qian's level in the future. "We will definitely work hard to revive the dragon race." Ao Yan, Ao Guan, Ao Cheng, and the others nodded, their faces filled with determination. "Good. You can cultivate here during this time. The environment here is quite suitable for you. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can come find me," Ao Qian said. Ao Yan and the others were excited. They cupped their fists and bid farewell. "Lu Ming, you stay behind." Fei Huang, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Ao Yan and the others glanced at Lu Ming, and then left to find a suitable place to cultivate. After Ao Yan and the others left, only Lu Ming remained to face Ao Qian and Fei Huang. Fei Huang stared at Lu Ming from head to toe. She looked at Lu Ming from head to toe. Even Lu Ming felt embarrassed. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help blushing. As expected of the man Xiaoqing has taken a fancy to. You're actually able to merge with the taboo energy. Not bad, not bad. Fei Huang carefully examined him, and then nodded in praise. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction. That expression was extremely similar to the expression a mother-in-law would have when looking at her son-in-law. Lu Ming ignored that gaze. His heart jumped and he blurted out, "Senior, you know Nianqing?" Xian Yanqing's methods were extremely similar to Fei Huang's. So when Fei Huang mentioned Xiaoqing, and the man Xiaoqing had taken a fancy to, Lu Ming immediately thought of Xian Yanqing. Chapter 3694. Fei Huang nodded. "I'm her master. Of course I know her. In this life she's called Xian Yanqing. In her previous life, she was called Tang Qing. Yes, I'm her master in her previous life." Little Qing's master? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. No wonder she looked at him like that. So she was Xian Yanqing's master. So it's Little Qing's master, Lu Ming. "Greetings, Senior." Lu Ming bowed even more respectfully and then asked, "Senior, Xiaoqing left behind a map back then. Her target is the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. I wonder where Xiaoqing is now." "Little Qing is not on the dragon race's mother planet," Fei Huang said. No. Lu Ming was disappointed. At the same time, he was puzzled. If Xian Yanqing was not on the dragon race's mother planet, why did she leave a map and ask him to come? Could it be that Xian Yanqing had left before he came? Seeming to see Lu Ming's puzzlement, Fei Huang said, "Little Qing has never been to the dragon race's mother planet. She's cultivating in another place more suitable for her. It was my idea to ask you to come here." "Senior, what do you mean?" Lu Ming was even more puzzled. "Yes, what I meant was that I had already communicated with Little Qing at that time. I wanted to ask you to come here and try to fuse with the forbidden power." Little Qing also agreed. "After all, this is a great opportunity. Moreover, she's very confident in you," Fei Huang said. "I see." Lu Ming nodded, suppressing his disappointment. "Then how did Senior know in advance that I would succeed?" "I don't know." Fei Huang shook her head. "It's a long story. In fact, when you were with Little Qing in the minor worlds, I already noticed you. At the same time, I calculated your fate. Your fate is different. I can't calculate it at all. Ordinary people can vaguely see the river of fate and the direction of the future. But I can't see it for you. Calculating the fate of others can see their future." Lu Ming's eyes widened. This method was too inconceivable. In the small dimension, the heavenly Tao of the small dimension gave birth to the law of destiny. However, that was only a special method of attack. It was impossible to pry into someone's fate. Lu Ming could not help but be shocked that Fei Huang could do it in the great wide world. "I'm just barely peeking at it. Every living being's future is filled with countless changes. Every step they take, every word they say, will result in a different fate. But you can't see the future at all. People like you are extremely rare. Many times, they can create miracles. That's why I guided you to the mother planet of the dragon race." Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming nodded. He finally understood the doubts in his heart. It turned out that Xian Yanqing was not here. He was cultivating in another place. But she knew that there was a taboo power in the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Fei Huang wanted Lu Ming to give it a try, and Xian Yanqing naturally agreed. That was why he left the map to Lu Ming. The reason why Lu Ming's cultivation had to be above the Divine King realm was that if his cultivation was too low, it would be useless even if he came. He might not even be able to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, and it would be very dangerous for him to face the prodigies of the various races. "Senior, can you take me to see Xiaoqing?" Lu Ming asked. "Not for the time being." Fei Huang said. "Now Xiaoqing is cultivating in an extremely secret place. She's at a critical moment and can't be disturbed." Lu Ming sighed in his heart. What a pity. He originally thought that he would be able to see Xian Yanqing on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't see him. After thinking of Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming thought of the mid-autumn moon. The mid-autumn moon might have come to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Previously, he heard that Ao Qian had merged with the will of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The other party was so powerful As long as the mid-autumn moon was on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he should know about it. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately cupped his fists to Ao Qian and said, "Senior, Lu Ming wants to ask you about a person. Please speak." Ao Qian smiled. Lu Ming had merged with the forbidden power, and his talent was unbelievable. He was destined to be extraordinary. If he grew up in the future, it would be normal for him to be on par with him, or even surpass him. Therefore, he was very polite to Lu Ming. He treated him as someone of the same level. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a jade talisman and injected divine power into it. The portrait of the mid-autumn moon appeared in the air. Ao Qian looked at it and nodded softly, as if he was thinking. Lu Ming watched nervously. "I've seen this girl before." After a while, Ao Qian nodded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. "Senior, may I know where she is?" Lu Ming quickly asked. "Not on the dragon race's mother planet." Ao Qian shook his head again. "Not on the dragon race's mother planet." Lu Ming was puzzled. If she wasn't on the dragon race's mother planet, how could Ao Qian have seen her? "I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to see this girl." Then Ao Qian sighed again. Lu Ming's heart tightened. What did he mean by "it'll be difficult to see her"? Lu Ming became a little anxious and asked, "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Ao Qian didn't answer Lu Ming's question directly and continued, "I'm a remnant soul that has merged with the will of the mother planet. I'm equivalent to the mother planet, and I can feel any place on the mother planet. Especially some of the original branches of the dragon race. I can also clearly feel the transmission channels that lead to the mother planet. Some time ago, the girl you mentioned took a transmission array from a branch of the dragon race, and was supposed to go straight to the mother planet, but she was intercepted halfway." Ao Qian said. "Intercepted?" Lu Ming was shocked. What did he mean by intercepted? Moreover, the person who intercepted the girl should be a big shot from the illusory heavenly palace. Ao Qian said. "What big shot from the illusory heavenly palace? Why would the illusory heavenly palace intercept the mid-autumn moon?" Lu Ming was even more shocked. In the chaotic universe, there was more than one heavenly palace, and the illusory heavenly palace was one of them. But why would the big shot from the illusory heavenly palace intercept the mid-autumn moon? "Lu Ming, don't worry. Big shots like the heavenly palace usually won't take action against the younger generation. The reason why the other party intercepted the girl is probably because they took a fancy to her talent and wanted to take her into the heavenly palace to train her. The heavenly palace will secretly take in some talented geniuses and train them. This is normal." Ao Qian said. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming was slightly relieved, but he was still very nervous. At the same time, Lu Ming was quite depressed. This time, he came to the dragon race's mother planet to look for Xian Yanqing and the mid-autumn moon, but in the end he didn't find anyone. Lu Ming took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. At least, he knew that Xian Yanqing was very safe and was cultivating in a place. And the mid-autumn moon was very likely to be taken a fancy to by the heavenly palace and secretly trained. Her life was not in danger, and that was enough. As long as she was still alive, he would see her sooner or later. Chapter 3695. After calming down, Lu Ming thought of the taboo power again. "Senior, you said that the taboo power is so powerful, but how do I cultivate it? Now that I've fused with the taboo power, the other divine powers are suppressed. It's hard for them to improve." Lu Ming asked, somewhat depressed. He couldn't improve the other divine powers, and he didn't know how to cultivate the taboo power. Fei Huang and Ao Qian looked at each other and smiled. "Since you've fused with the taboo power, it's normal that you can't cultivate the other divine powers. The taboo power is the strongest power derived from the great desolate universe. The other divine powers will definitely be suppressed when fusing with the taboo power," Fei Huang said. "Then how should I cultivate in the future?" Lu Ming asked speechlessly. "Don't worry, I guided you here to fuse with the taboo power, so I naturally have a way for you to cultivate," Fei Huang said. Back then, she also fused with the taboo power. Ao Qian smiled, very envious. She also fused with the taboo power. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Fei Huang had also fused with the taboo power. and her cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Since Fei Huang could definitely cultivate, then he could also cultivate. Lu Ming looked at Fei Huang with shining eyes. Now if you want to cultivate, there are only two ways. Sure enough, Fei Huang began to explain. The first way is to abandon the other divine powers, and focus on cultivating the taboo power, crippling the other divine powers. Fei Huang said. Crippling the other divine powers. Lu Ming's mouth was wide open. This wasn't necessarily a bad idea, but he wasn't willing to accept it. He had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years to reach his current cultivation level. Moreover, he controlled 11 divine powers and 11 origin secret techniques. He had already cultivated them to such a high level. Abandoning them like this was more painful than cutting his own flesh. Senior, what's the second way? Lu Ming asked anxiously. I know that you're unwilling. The second way is that you don't need to abandon the other divine powers. I'll teach you a secret technique that will allow you to separate the taboo power from the other divine powers. This secret technique is called the Three Corpses technique. It can completely sever the past, present, and future, forming 3 different bodies. Fei Huang introduced. Then Lu Ming was stunned. He was stunned by this secret technique. Cutting apart the past, present, and future to form a different entity. How mysterious was this? There was actually such a secret technique in the world. You cultivate the 3 corpse severing art. You sever the past and form a complete body. Then you leave all kinds of bodies in that body. His current body can focus on cultivating forbidden power. That way, you won't lose anything. After Fei Huang finished talking, she took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Study the art of severing 3 corpses first. After you successfully sever it, I will teach you the cultivation method of the taboo power. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Fei Huang said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming received it and was overjoyed. He bid farewell to Flying Phoenix Ao Qian, and found a place to cultivate. This place seemed to be a huge underground space. The area was very large. Lu Ming found a cave by the side and walked in. Then he sat down cross-legged and took out the art of severing 3 corpses. The more he looked, the more shocked Lu Ming was. It was too mysterious. The art of severing 3 corpses could sever the past, present, and future, forming 3 different entities. Furthermore, these 3 entities were all independent, complete, and had their own thoughts. It was as if one Lu Ming had suddenly become 3. There was no difference between the real and the fake. They were all the real Lu Ming. It was just that one was the past, one was the present, and one was the future. As the future developed and experienced different things, they would slowly become different. Each of them cultivated independently and thought independently. Their future potential was limitless. This was simply heaven-defying. There was a huge difference between this and the cloning technique and the incarnation technique. When Lu Ming was in the small Kiliacosm, the primordial realm, he had once cultivated the twin forbidden art and cultivated 2 bodies. However, although the main body and the second body could cultivate independently, their potential was very limited. When Lu Ming wanted to break through to Martial Sage, he would have to fuse with his main body and second body to break through. If he didn't fuse with them, it would be hard for him to break through. That meant the potential of that method had already been exhausted. However, the art of severing 3 corpses was completely different. After cultivating it, each of them would be Lu Ming himself. Their potential wouldn't change at all. They would be the same as Lu Ming's previous self. They would all have limitless potential, and would be able to reach extremely high realms in the future. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Once I succeed in cultivating it, the past body I sever will focus on cultivating various kinds of divine energy. As for my current body, it will focus on cultivating forbidden energy. This way, there won't be any conflict between the 2. Wonderful. Lu Ming was very excited. He then began to seriously comprehend it. However, the difficulty of comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses surpassed Lu Ming's expectations. Even after 2 months, Lu Ming still hadn't grasped the slightest clue. Lu Ming could only go ask Fei Huang for guidance. With Fei Huang's guidance, he was barely able to grasp the slightest clue. However, if he wanted to succeed, there was still a huge gap. During this time, the dragon race's home planet finally entered a period of peace. The various races' heavenly geniuses no longer dared to enter the dragon race's home planet. The dragon men on the dragon race's home planet no longer had to worry about anything. They could cultivate as much as they wanted. Some of the dragon race's heavenly geniuses who had been sealed for dozens of stellar years could also cultivate in peace. The dragon race's home planet had entered a period of great development. Lu Ming continued to comprehend the art of severing 3 corpses. Time passed day by day. Half a year. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had spent 6 years comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses. Along the way, with Fei Huang's guidance, he finally succeeded in comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses. On this day, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to use the art of severing 3 corpses. He was about to sever his past body. Fei Huang and Ao Qian were guarding Lu Ming by the side. It was very dangerous to use the art of severing 3 corpses. Once there was a problem, not only would he fail to cultivate it, but he would also sever himself and die on the spot. Lu Ming carefully responded to the content, and then began to use the art of severing 3 corpses. 9 days later. Open! Lu Ming shouted. Endless divine light appeared on his body. These divine lights were like sharp blades, constantly slashing his body. These divine lights slashed his body, but there was not the slightest wound on his body. However, slowly his body glowed, as if a figure was about to split from his body. This method was not to split his body and soul into 2 halves. That was not the case. In fact, his body and soul were still complete and had not been separated. What was severed was his past body. What was already in the past was called the past body. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The figure on Lu Ming's body became clearer and clearer. Chapter 3696. Another figure appeared on Lu Ming's body. This figure looked exactly the same as Lu Ming. It was as if there were 2 Lu Ming overlapping each other. At first, the 2 Lu Mings overlapped very closely. But slowly the 2 Lu Mings separated. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Finally, the 2 Lu Mings were completely separated. The 2 identical Lu Mings suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. I succeeded. The 2 Lu Mings had the same thought. Then they smiled at the same time. The 2 Lu Mings didn't have a hierarchy. They were both Lu Ming. It was just that one was the past, and the other was the present. But now that they had just split, they had experienced the same things. Therefore, their thoughts, way of thinking, and subjective consciousness were all the same. Of course, as the 2 of them experienced different things in the future, some of their thoughts would also change. The 2 Lu Mings looked at their other selves in amazement. Then the 2 of them cupped their fists at each other. Not bad, Lu Ming, you succeeded. Fei Huang said with a look of joy on her face. Lu Ming was able to successfully sever his past body in 10 years. This kind of talent was already very good. At the very least, he wasn't any weaker than her. Lu Ming, you've just succeeded. Your present body can now change its appearance and aura, so that others won't be able to recognize you. Fei Huang said. You can do that. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course you can. Your present body has been fused with the taboo power. It has just been severed, so it can be shaped at will. If too much time passes, once it's shaped, it will be very difficult to change. Now that you've changed your aura, even your life essence has changed. Even if the people closest to you stand in front of you, they won't be able to recognize you. Even experts on the level of the Lord of Heaven won't be able to recognize you. Moreover, your fate will be fixed on your past body. Even experts skilled in divination won't be able to divine your fate. Your present body will become a completely different person. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. It was simply miraculous that he could do this. Even the origin of life could be changed. Even the birth horoscopes could be changed. Even the almighty experts couldn't divine them. This was equivalent to becoming a completely different person. In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming's current body be able to leave the mother planet of the dragons and travel the vast universe? He could even enter the heavenly palace and search for the mid-autumn moon? Originally, Lu Ming was still worried that he might not be able to leave the dragon race's mother planet. This was because the heavenly palace wouldn't let him go. The angels, spiritlings, and bloodlings wouldn't let him go either. The moment he left the dragon race's mother planet, he would be captured. But if I change to a new identity, how will others find out? Moreover, as long as he left his past self on the dragon clan's mother planet, others would only think that he had been cultivating there. After all, his past self controlled all kinds of divine powers. It was most suitable for him to cultivate on the dragon clan's mother planet. Then Lu Ming followed Fei Huang's method. With a thought, his body began to change. His appearance, skin, and height all underwent major changes. He became a tall and handsome young man. Compared to before, he was much fairer. He looked like a handsome young master. Moreover, his life origin aura also changed. It became a new and completely unfamiliar life origin aura. Now, even if he was placed in front of the Yale Lord of Heaven, the other party wouldn't be able to recognize him as Lu Ming. Well, not bad. Fei Huang nodded, very satisfied. Then, a jade talisman appeared in her hand. Lu Ming, this is my experience in cultivating the taboo power. Study it well. Only by cultivating the taboo power can you reach the end, break through the shackles, achieve true transcendence, and reach an incredible realm. Fei Huang said. Only by cultivating the taboo power can one truly transcend. Can't I achieve it by cultivating other divine powers? Lu Ming's present self took the jade talisman and asked curiously. Lu Ming's past self also pricked up his ears to listen. After all, he mainly cultivated divine powers and mastered the universe myriad Tao art. Now he controlled 11 types of divine powers. Not necessarily. This time, Fei Huang's gaze was on Lu Ming's past self. Senior, please enlighten me. His past self cupped his fists. Although Lu Ming's present self had fused with the taboo power, and his talent had increased greatly, he didn't want to give up on his past self. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate the 11 types of divine powers. The essence of cultivating divine power is to constantly comprehend a certain divine power and awaken the origin divine power. The more origin divine power you awaken, the closer your divine power will be to the corresponding power of the original divine spirit. In the end, you will truly reach the power of the original divine spirit. It's the same for origin secret techniques. Even if you severed the 9th shackle, you will only be about the same as the original divine spirit. So even if you cultivate one type of divine power to the extreme, you will at most be as strong as the original divine spirit. However, there are differences in strength between the original divine spirits. Moreover, the original divine spirit hasn't transcended and hasn't reached the true peak. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming understood that even if he cultivated one type of divine power to the extreme, he would at most reach the level of the original divine spirit. After that, there was no way to go further. His potential had reached the limit. Of course, for most people, reaching the level of the original divine spirit was like a fantasy story. It was too difficult. Not many people could cultivate one type of divine power to the peak. Most people couldn't reach it even if they spent their entire lives. So they naturally wouldn't consider the problem of potential. However, some peerless talents were different. These people naturally wouldn't be satisfied. One had to know that the original divine spirit wasn't invincible. Even if it was killed by the heavenly palace, how strong could it be? Lu Ming's past body also wasn't satisfied. If one couldn't reach the true peak by cultivating divine power, they wouldn't even be able to resist the heavenly palace. Senior, if I cultivate divine power, there should be a way to transcend, right? Fei Huang asked. There is indeed a way, and that is to control more divine power. If you cultivate multiple types of divine power to the peak, then you might be able to take the final step. So in ancient times, many outstanding geniuses created many cultivation methods that could cultivate multiple types of divine power. That's how the current ancient cultivation methods came about. However, cultivating multiple types of divine power is too difficult. Most people can't do it, so it gradually disappeared. Only the most outstanding geniuses would touch it. As for the Cosmos Myriad Tao art, it's a very famous cultivation technique in history. If you can cultivate it to the level of major mastery, you might be able to successfully transcend and take the final step. Of course, 11 kinds of divine energy isn't enough. Fei Huang explained. Chapter 3697. Through Fei Huang's explanation, Lu Ming understood many things. He also understood the origin of ancient cultivation methods. Ancient cultivation methods were originally created by the ancient people who wanted to achieve transcendence. However, the requirements for cultivation were too high, and it gradually declined. Today, only a few people cultivated them. According to Fei Huang, the universe myriad Tao art was also a kind of ancient cultivation method. Moreover, it was a top ancient cultivation method. When cultivated to the peak, one could also transcend. Now your current body is cultivating the taboo energy, while your past body can cultivate the universe myriad Tao art. It's best that you don't interfere with each other. Alright, you can comprehend the taboo energy now. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me, Fei Huang said. Lu Ming, if you have any questions about your cultivation, you can also come and ask me, Ao Qian said to Lu Ming's past body. After saying that, Ao Qian and Fei Huang left. The two Lu Ming glanced at each other. Now Lu Ming's 11 types of divine power were in his past body. The primordial god blood was also in his past body. Now he only had the taboo energy. Old John go over. The past body transmitted a message to the battle art. Then the past body's forehead lit up. The measure art appeared and flew to the present body. It rushed into the forehead of Lu Ming's present body and disappeared. Two origin ancient characters, the battle character formula, followed the present body. After all, if the present body planned to go out in the future, it would be best to have the battle art by his side. As for the measure art, it would temporarily follow the past body. After all, the past body needed the measure art to cultivate various types of divine power. After the distribution was done, the past body flashed and left to find a place to comprehend various types of divine power. Lu Ming's present body sat cross-legged. He took out the jade talisman Fei Huang gave him, and began to read it. 1 month later. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. Cultivating the taboo energy was completely different from cultivating divine power. There was no need to condense a star core in the dantian, and the taboo energy was not scattered in the meridians. There was no need to absorb divine power or energy to transform it. The cultivation of taboo energy was mainly to develop one's own potential. The taboo energy dispersed into countless strands and dispersed into every cell in Lu Ming's body. How many cells are there in the human body? 40 to 60 trillion. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a maximum of 60 trillion cells. 60 trillion. What kind of number was this? It was simply an astronomical number, like the sand of the Ganges. Each of his cells contained traces of taboo power. When cultivating the taboo power, one also needed to absorb energy. It was different from the cultivation of divine power. The energy would be absorbed by every cell. Just like before, when Lu Ming absorbed the divine medicine, the energy of the divine medicine was absorbed by his cells. However, absorbing this energy could not directly increase Lu Ming's cultivation. It could only increase his potential. The more energy it absorbed, the greater its potential would be. If he wanted to improve his cultivation, he had to constantly develop his own potential. Only in the process of developing his potential could he improve his cultivation. In addition, Lu Ming found that his current body did not have a soul. This was because his soul, like the taboo energy, had been dispersed into countless strands, fused with the taboo energy, and dispersed into every cell. According to the records on the jade talisman, because every cell contained a soul, even if Lu Ming's body was smashed to pieces, as long as one of his cells was still alive, he would not die and could come back to life. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. This was simply equivalent to an immortal body. After cultivating to the divine realm, the recovery ability of the physical body was already very amazing. Even if it was smashed to pieces, it could still recover as long as the soul was not destroyed. However, as long as the soul was destroyed, it would be dead. But now Lu Ming's soul was distributed in every cell. Without the weakness of the soul, as long as one of his cells was still alive, he could come back to life. It was too heaven-defying. However, there was something even more heaven-defying. The taboo energy did not have the so-called secret arts of the origin. However, the jade talisman given by Fei Huang recorded a heaven-defying method. That was to cultivate ordinary secret arts. Every secret art, as long as one cultivated it, would be able to form a secret art rune that would fly into a cell. The soul in that cell would be able to comprehend it on its own. As time passed, that secret art's comprehension would become deeper and deeper. Every cell could fuse with a different secret art. In other words, he could fuse with 60 trillion secret arts. 60 trillion secret arts. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Even if he collected all the secret arts in the entire primitive universe, there wouldn't be so many of them. If his body had fused with thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of secret arts, once they erupted, how terrifying would that be? No secret arts of the origin could compare to it. No wonder it was called taboo energy. This was truly a taboo, a heaven-defying existence. Once Lu Ming had some accomplishments, his combat strength would far surpass his previous strength. This was the true terror of taboo energy. Start cultivating. Lu Ming took a deep breath and began cultivating according to a technique recorded on the jade talisman. Lu Ming waved his fists, and the sky rumbled as they danced in a strange trajectory. Crack. Rustle. Rustle. Lu Ming felt that the bones, muscles, blood, and even every cell in his body were vibrating in a strange way. Then a strange power seeped out from every cell. This power spread throughout his body, filling Lu Ming with strength. Lu Ming entered a state of selflessness and constantly cultivated. In the process of cultivating, the potential in his body was slowly being developed. This cultivation lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Lu Ming let out a long breath and carefully sensed his body. He felt that the power in his body seemed to have strengthened a little compared to before. As long as I keep cultivating according to this method, I can continuously develop my potential and increase my cultivation. My current cultivation is equivalent to 3rd level Divine Lord. Lu Ming judged. The cultivation of taboo energy did not have a specific division of realms. Lu Ming only judged based on experience. Of course, the strength of his combat strength was far beyond 3rd level Divine Lord. But how do I cultivate a secret art? How do I turn it into a secret art rune? Lu Ming frowned, completely unable to make sense of it. In the end, Lu Ming could only go find Fei Huang and ask her for guidance. Taboo energy is very necessary to cultivate a secret art at the beginning. This is a kind of accumulation that should be able to increase one's combat strength. But in the later stages, one must carve out one's own path. Fei Huang said. Carve out one's own path. Lu Ming was puzzled and continued to ask. That's right. For every taboo to reach an extremely high realm, in the later stages, one needs to carve out one's own path. Just like me, the path I'm walking now is a devil. Fei Huang said. Chapter 3698. Lu Ming recalled how Fei Huang's body was covered in demonic light during the previous battle. Logically speaking, Fei Huang was also a taboo. There were countless secret techniques in her body, and she should be able to use many secret techniques. However, what she used was the demonic path. In other words, Fei Huang had already walked her own path. In the beginning, I fused different secret techniques in my cells. These secret techniques can serve as a reference for you in the future, allowing you to better walk your own path. In the beginning, I also fused countless secret techniques in my cells. However, after successfully walking my own path, I forgot all those secret techniques. Fei Huang said. Forgot? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Originally, he had a little bit of thought. He wanted Fei Huang to teach him the ordinary secret techniques she had mastered. That way, he would have countless secret techniques and could cultivate them to his heart's content. He didn't expect Fei Huang to actually forget all the secret techniques from the past. Yes, if you want to walk your own path, you have to forget all the secret techniques you cultivated in the past. However, your own path is the true strongest path. No matter how many secret techniques there are, they can't compare to it. Just like that father-in-law of yours. He also walked his own path. He walked the path of the sword. Fei Huang said. Father-in-law. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. He knew that Fei Huang was talking about Xian Yanqing's father in his previous life. Alright, let's not talk too much. I'll teach you the cultivation method of secret technique runes, Fei Huang said. Then, she passed the cultivation method of secret technique runes to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming received it, he immediately rushed back to study it. According to Fei Huang, every secret technique only needed to be cultivated to the beginner level. There was no need to cultivate it to a very profound level. The first technique that Lu Ming cultivated was the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. Lu Ming had already cultivated the Divine Dragon Aspect Art to the point of perfection. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't spend much effort to condense a rune for the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. With a thought, this rune flew into a cell in Lu Ming's right hand. In the future, the soul in that cell would naturally constantly study it. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. This kind of method had already exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. In the past, he also couldn't imagine that there was such a method. It was simply mysterious and unfathomable, inexplicable. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. A cell in his palm glowed, and a 9-clawed dragon rushed out of his fist. Marvelous! If I were to fuse several hundred secret techniques into my palm, wouldn't that mean several hundred secret techniques would be unleashed with a single punch? Although they would all be ordinary secret techniques, their power would still be extremely shocking. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then he continued to experiment. After a few moves, Lu Ming's control became even better. When he threw a punch, the 9-clawed dragon didn't fly out. However, this punch also contained the power of the mystical dragon aspect art. Secret technique. Concealment. Miao. Lu Ming is even happier. This way he can keep a low profile. After all, if he were to use several hundred or even thousands of secret techniques in one move, it would be too ostentatious. It wouldn't be difficult for insightful people to guess that he has a taboo physique. However, although the secret technique was concealed, its power was equally powerful. This way, it would be more convenient to use it, and others wouldn't be able to see it. Let's try something else. Then Lu Ming began to practice other secret techniques. Ice shackles. Lu Ming has been neglected for a long time. With Lu Ming's current strength, the ice shackles are no longer useful. However, Lu Ming can practice 60 trillion secret techniques. Who cares what kind of secret technique it is, I'll practice it first. Soon, the ice shackles also turned into a rune and flew into a cell in his left hand. In a while, Lu Ming cultivated several secret techniques that he used to practice, such as the Heavenly Demon Golden Body and the Yin Yang God Eye, into secret technique runes. The rune secret technique of the Heavenly Demon Golden Body was integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's spine, and the rune secret technique of the Yin Yang God Eye was integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's eye. These secret techniques were mastered by Lu Ming in the past, so his cultivation speed was the fastest. After practicing these, Lu Ming began to practice other ordinary secret techniques. Over the years, Lu Ming had killed countless opponents and collected a total of 103 types of ordinary secret skills. However, in the past he put all his thoughts on the secret techniques of origin. He didn't practice these secret techniques at all. After all, the secret techniques of origin had great potential, and were much more powerful than these ordinary secret techniques. They had been collected in a storage ring, and were not touched. Now he could take them out to practice. Lu Ming took out a secret technique, called the Starquake Fist, and began to comprehend it. Practicing a secret technique was naturally not that easy, but as long as one was at the entry level, it was not difficult. Moreover, when one's cultivation was high, one's horizons were high, and it was relatively easier to practice. 3 days later, Lu Ming cultivated this secret technique to the entry level. It turned into a secret technique rune, and integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's palm. Then he took out a finger technique secret technique, cultivated it into a secret technique rune, and integrated it into the cell in his finger. Just like this, Lu Ming used more than a year's time to cultivate all 103 secret techniques into secret technique runes, and integrated them into his cell. Let's go and test the power. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. 2 figures were in an intense confrontation. Their figures flashed and energy filled the sky. These 2 figures were Lu Ming's past body and present body. The past body stimulated the power of the primordial divine blood, and held the tyrant god spear in his hand. The other 10 secret techniques of origin also appeared. Without the restriction of the taboo power, the cultivation of the past body finally skyrocketed. It had already reached the peak of the 4th level Divine Lord realm, and was not far from the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Ding-ling-ling, the heavenly evil bell vibrated, and the soul attack technique surged toward the present body. However, it was ineffective against the present body. After all, the cells in his body were all souls. The soul attack could only attack a part of it. Boom. Now all the cells in his body were vibrating, and a powerful force burst out. With a punch, he broke through the attack of the heavenly evil bell, as well as the light of the sun and moon of the moon, and collided with the tyrant god spear. With a violent explosion, the tyrant god spear shook violently. The past body also shook violently and was forced to retreat. Amazing! The power of the taboo power is really amazing. The past body revealed a look of shock and then ecstasy. After all, both the present body and the past body were Lu Ming. Lu Ming would be happy no matter which one was stronger. It's my turn. The present body shouted and his body glowed. Then hundreds of secret techniques rushed out and rushed toward the past body. Mysterious sky shield, sky-piercing sword. The past body shouted and the 11 secret techniques erupted with amazing power. The power after cutting off the lock was completely stimulated. The two Lu Mings were engaged in an intense battle. However, the taboo power was really amazing. Although the present body's cultivation was only at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, the past body was at a disadvantage. Chapter 3699. The two Lu Ming exchanged more than 100 moves, and in the end, the past body was defeated. After all, the past body had lost the battle formula, and its combat strength had weakened. After the battle ended, the two Lu Ming left respectively, carefully comprehending the gains from the battle. 1 year later. How should I leave? Lu Ming whispered. He planned to leave the Dragon Clan's mother planet, and see if he could find the autumn moon. After all, the effect of cultivating the forbidden power on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was not as great as cultivating divine power. Although the cultivation of the forbidden power also required various kinds of energy, it only stored the energy in each cell to enhance one's potential. If one wanted to improve their cultivation, they still needed to constantly cultivate and develop their potential. Therefore, whether or not he was on the Dragon Clan's mother planet did not make much of a difference to his current body. There was also one more thing. Developing one's potential required pressure and a big battle. Only under pressure, in a big battle, in a life and death situation could his potential be quickly developed. On the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he lacked such conditions, so his progress was very slow. Now his cultivation was still equivalent to the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, and his past body was about to break through to the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Moreover, his past body had cultivated several other types of divine power. Only by controlling more divine power could he go further on this path in the future, and it was possible for him to transcend. But Lu Ming was a little worried. How should he get out? Of course, he could fly out directly, but outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet, there were definitely powerhouses from the various races of the primitive universe guarding it. If he flew out rashly, he would probably be suspected. You are worried about getting out. Fei Huang walked over and heard Lu Ming's muttering. Senior, do you have a good plan? Lu Ming asked. Of course. The one who answered Lu Ming's question was not Fei Huang, but Ao Qian. Ao Qian quietly appeared beside Lu Ming. There are secret passages on the mother planet. Even the heavenly palace doesn't know about it. You can leave quietly through that secret passage, no one will find out. Ao Qian said. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then he asked, Senior, this junior would like to ask, how can I approach the heavenly palace now? Are you going to find your little lover? Ao Qian smiled. At the side, the corners of Fei Huang's mouth curled up slightly as she said in her heart. This fellow is the same as his father-in-law. He's also a sentimental person. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. Even with his old face, he couldn't help but blush slightly when he mentioned this in front of Xian Yanqing's master. There is only one way to approach the heavenly palace, and that is to become a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace. Ao Qian said. Heavenly soldiers? Lu Ming was puzzled. He knew too little about the heavenly palace. He only knew that there were many heavenly palaces, but he didn't know exactly how many there were. He also didn't know what it was called. He only knew that it was a dreamy heavenly palace. There are a total of 5 heavenly palaces in the world. They are the Dreamy Heavenly Palace, Ziwei Heavenly Palace, Shenji Heavenly Palace, and Hongmeng Heavenly Palace. These 4 heavenly palaces guard the 4 directions of the primitive universe. Ao Qian said, "Isn't there the last heavenly palace?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Weren't there 5 heavenly palaces?" Ao Qian only said 4. The 5th heavenly palace is very mysterious. Ao Qian shook his head as if he didn't want to say more. Fei Huang didn't say anything either. The ruler of the heavenly palace is the heavenly human race. This race is also very mysterious. They aren't listed on the primitive universe's 10,000 races list, but they are extremely powerful. However, the heavenly human race doesn't have many people, so they can't control the entire primitive universe. Sometimes, they will recruit some people, such as the top geniuses of various races, to become heavenly soldiers. Only by becoming a heavenly soldier can they get close to the heavenly palace. You have a forbidden body now. Even if you enter the heavenly palace, the people in the heavenly palace won't recognize you, unless you meet an unimaginable existence. However, the chances of that happening aren't high, so there's no need to worry. Ao Qian said. How can I become a heavenly soldier? Lu Ming asked again. The heavenly palace will recruit a group of people from the primitive universe every once in a while. The time and number are not fixed. You can only wait. Ao Qian said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked Ao Qian. Since that was the case, he could only leave the dragon race's mother planet and travel in the primitive universe. At the same time, he could ask around for information. If the heavenly palace recruited people, he would pretend to be a heavenly soldier and ask around about the mid-autumn moon. Senior, where is that passage? Can you send me out? Lu Ming asked. No hurry. Let me give you something first. Ao Qian smiled and then waved his hand. A set of array plates flew out. It was a set of 36 array plates. Many years ago, I asked a space-time spirit mouse to secretly refine this set of array disks. Once activated, it can directly open a wormhole that leads directly to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Take it with you. Ao Qian said. This, Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect such a treasure to exist. Once activated, it could open a wormhole to return to the dragon race's mother planet. Such a function was really amazing. Senior, this treasure is too precious. Lu Ming said. He was a little embarrassed to accept it. Don't be embarrassed. I have a request for giving you this set of array plates. The divine dragon race was at its peak, and there were divine dragons all over the universe. But now, these scattered divine dragons are miserable. They have become mounts or battle beasts, and even worse, they have become food for other races. So I want to ask for your help. Once you find a divine dragon, you can send them back to the dragon race's mother planet. This way, the divine dragon race's power will be more concentrated, and they will have more power in the future. Ao Qian sighed. Senior, don't worry. As long as I meet the divine dragon race, I will do my best to send them back to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming said with a firm gaze. Okay, I believe you. Ao Qian nodded in satisfaction and said, but this set of array plates will take some time to activate. If you encounter danger or are in a battle, remember not to activate it. You can only rely on it to escape if you have enough time. Junior understands. Lu Ming nodded and kept the array plates. Let's go. Then, Ao Qian waved his hand, and a force enveloped Lu Ming. The next moment, they arrived at another place on the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian stretched out his hand and pressed in the air. The void immediately fluctuated and a passage appeared. Let's go. Ao Qian said. Senior, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Cultivate well. I look forward to the day when you grow up and suppress the universe. Ao Qian smiled, full of anticipation. Lu Ming nodded solemnly, then took a step forward and rushed into the passage, disappearing. I hope you can grow up. In the long river of time, the path of the forbidden physique has been fraught with disasters. Many have fallen. Ao Qian said softly. Chapter 3700. Lu Ming seemed to have shuttled through the endless void. Not long after, he appeared in a starry sky. I'm out. Lu Ming looked around. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless starry sky. Stars dotted the dark starry sky. Where am I? Lu Ming pondered for a while, and then took out a star map. This kind of star map was obtained from Lu Ming after he killed the geniuses of various clans. It was very convenient to use. He injected his divine power into the star map. Suddenly, a vast star map appeared. There were pieces of bright starlight on it. Each starlight represented a starfield. Endless starfields dotted it. This star map was quite vast. It included an unknown number of starfields. On it, there was a red dot. This red dot represented the area where Lu Ming was. Expand. Lu Ming stared at the red dot. Immediately, the area around the red dot expanded rapidly. The starfields also became clear. The surrounding starfields also became blurry. Soon Lu Ming figured out the area he was in. The Dragon Clan's mother planet is over there. It's only one starfield away from where I am now. It's not too far away. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He wanted to return to the periphery of the Dragon Clan's mother planet and see what the situation was like. Moreover, he also wanted to test if others could recognize him. Although Ao Qian and Fei Huang said that even the Lord of Heaven could not recognize him, he was still a little uncertain without trying it himself. Swoosh! Lu Ming's heart stirred. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. A surge of energy burst out from every cell. Swoosh! Lu Ming broke through the void and flew toward the Dragon Clan's mother planet at an astonishing speed. This speed was far above the speed of light. It even surpassed the speed of a divine lord using a teleportation array. Lu Ming broke through the void and moved forward quickly. Not long after, he crossed a starfield and arrived near the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There are still many experts. As soon as Lu Ming arrived near the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he felt many powerful auras in the surrounding starry sky. These auras were very restrained and hidden. However, Lu Ming still caught them. At the same time, several powerful auras swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming maintained his composure and did not say anything. Those auras swept past Lu Ming. They did not find anything strange and then disappeared. They did not find anything. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Compared to before, Yang Qi was like a completely different person. His life force essence had changed, so naturally, his enemies wouldn't be able to detect it. Lu Ming approached the Dragon Clan's mother planet. In the distance, a huge planet was floating in the air. The entire planet was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. There were still quite a few figures lingering on the meteorites in the surrounding area. They were all geniuses from different clans. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. He found that some young winged men had gathered on a nearby meteorite. These young winged men seemed to be discussing something. Heavenly hearing. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he activated a secret skill. Heavenly hearing was one of the more than 100 secret techniques that Lu Ming had cultivated. After successfully cultivating it, his hearing would be greatly improved. Lu Ming cultivated it into a secret technique rune and integrated it into his ears. His ears trembled slightly, and then he heard voices. That Lu Ming is too hateful. He deserves to die. That's right. It's the same for the remaining members of the Dragon Clan. Lu Ming is colluding with the Dragon Clan. It's really hateful. So many of our winged men's prodigies died there. Are we not going to take revenge? But Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan are hiding in the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not only is there a terrifying array like the 10,000 dragon seals on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but there are also terrifying experts left behind. We can't enter at all, let alone take revenge. The winged men gritted their teeth as they discussed. They couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Hee, if you want revenge, you don't have to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. At this time, a winged man youth sneered. You have a way. The other winged men looked at him. There are many other divine dragons in the universe. We just have to find them, kill them, and send them to the illusory heavenly jade. When Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan see it, won't they vomit blood? the winged men youth said. The other winged men youth's eyes lit up. Their winged men's almighty had done this before. By doing this, not only would they be able to anger Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan, but they would also be able to please the winged men's almighty. It was killing two birds with one stone. It's a pity that the old ancestor has already killed a batch of them. It will be difficult to find more divine dragons now. A winged man youth sighed. Don't worry. I happen to have clues about divine dragons, and there are many of them. The young man from the winged men clan laughed arrogantly. What clues? The others quickly asked. I know of a medium-sized world where many divine dragons live. However, that medium-sized world is too weak. It can only accommodate quasi-emperors at most. If a divine emperor enters, that world will be destroyed. That medium-sized world is like a miniature divine dragon world. If we go in and capture a large number of divine dragons, won't Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan rush out and fight us to the death? Ha. The youth laughed loudly. There's actually such a world? Good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. The other winged men all said. There's no rush. That medium-sized world might have quasi-emperor divine dragons. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to go in. We have to report this matter and ask the clan to send more experts. The youth from before said. That's the only way. What a pity. Some of the youths sighed. If they could succeed, the merit would be great. If they reported it, the merit would be much less. What they didn't know was that their conversation had been heard by Lu Ming. They're really courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. There's actually a medium-sized world with a large number of divine dragons living there. If these divine dragons are sent back to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the number of divine dragons will skyrocket. With Senior Ao Qian's nurturing, there might even be a batch of experts. Lu Ming pondered and decided that he had to make this trip. Lu Ming had an idea. He then flew toward the meteorite where the young man from the Wing Clan was. Seeing Lu Ming fly over, the winged men youth immediately stopped talking. Brothers of the winged men, you're right. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Who are you? The winged men youth looked coldly at Lu Ming. Chapter 3701. The winged man race youth coldly looked at Lu Ming. I am Mu Yin. Lu Ming cupped his fists and continued. Many of my clansmen were killed by Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race when they entered the dragon race's mother planet. I've been thinking about taking revenge for them all this time. I can't wait to turn that bastard Lu Ming into ashes. At this point, Lu Ming's face was filled with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the winged man race youth's expression became much better. This was what it meant to have a common enemy. Then why did you come looking for us? Asked one of the winged man race youth. Because I know that many of your winged man race people have also died at the hands of Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race. You all want to take revenge on them, right? I have an idea. We can find a lot of dragon race people from the outside world, and use the illusory divine jade to record it, and send it to the illusory space. Do you think that Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race will be angered to death when they see it? Although we can't personally kill Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race, we can still vent the hatred in our hearts, right? Said Lu Ming. The winged man race's geniuses exchanged glances. Lu Ming's idea happened to coincide with theirs. If we want to kill the dragon race, we can do it ourselves. Why should we cooperate with you? You're just a third-level divine lord. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with us? Said a winged man race youth with a pair of black wings. His face was filled with disdain. The aura Lu Ming revealed was that of a third-level divine lord. Although my cultivation base is only at the third-level divine lord realm, my battle strength is far above that. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid that no one here is my match. Lu Ming said indifferently. Sometimes, when it was time to be strong, one needed to be strong and let the other party know how powerful he was. None of us here are a match for you. The winged man race youth present looked at each other, and then laughed. Their laughter was filled with ridicule. Lu Ming actually said that no one here was his match? What a joke. What a joke. The Sky Prides of the Winged Men clan present were all top-notch Sky Prides of the clan. A few of them were 7th-level divine lords already. There was even an 8th level Divine Lord. The rest were all 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level Divine Lords. They did not snatch the opportunity to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet previously, but it did not mean that they were weak. A 3rd level Divine Lord actually said that no one present was his match. He could battle an 8th level Divine Lord as a 3rd level Divine Lord. Moreover, he was a proud son of heaven. Idiot, this was the evaluation of Lu Ming by many winged men. A frog at the bottom of a well, truly laughable. The black-winged youth directly sneered, "Brat scram. We don't have time for you. If you're scared, then just say it," Lu Ming said indifferently, looking extremely arrogant. "What did you say?" "I'm scared." Haha. The black-winged youth laughed maniacally. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. "Brat, I want to see just how strong you are." The eyes of the black-winged youth turned cold and murderous. Since Lu Ming wanted to provoke him, he would give Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. Swoosh. The black-winged youth directly attacked. His palm was like an eagle's claw, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Force held, the power astonishing. In an instant he closed in on Lu Ming. Only at this time did Lu Ming make his move. His move was very simple, pointing a finger out, pointing toward the other party's palm. Courting death. Seeing that a 3rd level Divine Lord trash like Lu Ming actually dared to clash head-on with him, he simply had no idea of life or death. He had a 7th level Divine Lord cultivation. He was seriously much stronger than 3rd level Divine Lords. A casual move could slap a large number of 3rd level Divine Lords to death. Forget about 3rd level Divine Lords, even 6th level Divine Lords, he would similarly insta-kill them too. A mere 3rd level Divine Lord, he seriously did not place him in his sights. Bang! The next instant, the two people's attacks collided together. The instant they collided, the black-winged youth's expression changed, becoming incredulous. Fresh blood splattered, bones and flesh flying. His palm was directly pierced through by Lu Ming, a bloody hole appearing. Swoosh! The black-winged youth's figure retreated explosively. "So this is your strength." Lu Ming opened his mouth coolly, playing it down but full of mockery. Each of his cells was filled with taboo power. A casual strike, the power was unimaginable. In addition, several kinds of finger-type mystic arts were integrated into the cells of his fingers. That strike just now, the finger-type mystic arts already erupted, the power was very terrifying. The surrounding winged race youths all opened their eyes wide, very surprised. A 3rd level Divine Lord actually injured a 7th level Divine Lord in one move. This was abnormal, too shocking and terrifying. Simply inconceivable. "Damn it, kid, I didn't use much strength at all just now, not even 1/10 of it." Again. The black-winged youth roared angrily. He had indeed only used a trace of strength just now. In his view, a mere 3rd level Divine Lord was still someone he could suppress with a flip of his hand. How much strength did he need? Now he knew that he was careless. Bang! The black-winged youth erupted with thick black light all over his body. His cultivation of a 7th level Divine Lord completely erupted. A resplendent battle sword was grasped in his hand. Kill! The sword light was shocking as it slashed toward Lu Ming, illuminating the starry sky. Even in the face of the black-winged youth who had erupted with all his strength, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He formed a sword with his finger and slashed out. A terrifying sword light burst out from Lu Ming's finger. Boom! The two sword lights collided, and sword chi spread out in all directions. The meteorites under their feet directly exploded, and then were cut into ashes by the sword chi. The other winged race prodigies quickly retreated, leaving this area. The next moment, a figure retreated repeatedly. It was still the black-winged youth. "That's all you've got? Too weak. Suppress." Lu Ming bellowed and dashed toward the other party. He waved his fists continuously, causing the void to vibrate. The terrifying fist pressure was like a violent storm, pressing toward the black-winged youth. How is this possible? Damn it! The black-winged youth was shocked to the extreme, and at the same time, he was furious. He erupted with all his strength to resist Lu Ming, but it was destined to be futile. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged several moves, and the black-winged youth was completely suppressed. He wasn't a match at all. Bang! Lu Ming's fist struck his wing. His wing was broken and black feathers fluttered. Then Lu Ming's fist struck his chest. A large hole appeared in his chest, and his bones broke. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He retreated, smashing through several meteorites. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was heavily injured. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming showing mercy. Otherwise, he would have already been killed. See. The sound of gasps rang out. The other winged race prodigies were filled with shock. Chapter 3702. All the prodigies of the winged men race looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming could actually defeat the black winged men race. This was too unbelievable. This talent was simply heaven-defying. Where did he come from? Why had they never heard of him before? This talent was even more powerful and terrifying than Lu Ming in the dragon race's mother planet. Damn bastard, attack! Let's attack together and kill this person. The black-winged men race youth stabilized his injuries and roared like a madman. He had actually been defeated by a third-level divine lord, and it seemed like he had been defeated easily. This was a great humiliation. He was furious and couldn't wait to turn Lu Ming into ashes. Enough! At this moment, a dignified and cold voice rang out. A silver-haired youth stepped out. This was another winged men race youth. His cultivation was very high, reaching the 8th level divine lord realm. He was the leader of the winged men race. "Ini, kill this person for me." The black winged men race youth roared. "Enough! Stop right now." The silver-haired youth Ini reprimanded coldly. The black winged men race youth immediately stopped talking, as if he was afraid of Ini. Brother Mu's combat prowess is really admirable. You have such combat prowess at the 3rd level divine lord realm. Even Lu Ming can't compare to you. I'm afraid not many people in the top 10 clans can be compared to Brother Mu. Ini said. Brother In, you flatter me. How could I dare to compare with the prodigies of the top 10 races? The difference is too great. Lu Ming said modestly. Brother Mu wants to kill the divine dragon to provoke Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon race. My winged men race also has the same intention. Moreover, we happen to know a place where the divine dragons gather. Brother Mu, are you willing to come with us? Ini said. That's what I want. Lu Ming readily agreed. The black-winged men race youth swallowed a healing pill to heal his injuries. He glared at Lu Ming with cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. After that, Lu Ming followed Ini and the others and left the dragon race's mother planet, heading towards the territory controlled by the winged men race. A few days later, they arrived at a planet controlled by the Winged Clan. The people living on this planet were all from the Winged Men clan. There were all kinds of winged people. There were thunder-winged beings, storm-winged beings, snow-winged beings, shadowless winged beings, gold-winged beings, and so on. Lu Ming was arranged to stay in a side courtyard. In another hall, the Silver-Winged Clan, Black-Winged Clan, and the others had gathered. Silverwing, why did you bring Mu Yin along? Why didn't we work together to kill him? The black-winged youth said, still filled with hatred and killing intent towards Lu Ming. There's no need to kill him for now. He's very strong and can be used by us. Silverwing said, his eyes flashing with wisdom. We're going to the place where the divine dragons gather. There are many powerful divine dragons in that medium-sized world. Our god kings can't go in, so it's still dangerous for us to take down that divine dragon world. Isn't it better to let this person take the lead as cannon fodder? Silverwing continued. Wonderful, wonderful. The other winged nation youths all praised him. The black-winged youth's eyes also lit up. Not only Mu Yun, we also need to gather a group of experts from other clans to enter that medium-sized world, and let them be cannon fodder. All right, I'll go find Lord Feng Chu now and ask him to arrange this operation to capture the divine dragons. After saying that, he left the place. The Lord Feng Chu he mentioned was the commander of the Winged Men clan in this star field. A very powerful God King expert. When Silver Wing mentioned this matter, Commander Feng Chu immediately agreed, and agreed to send experts to help them. Moreover, Feng Chu also wanted to gather a group of people from other clans to be cannon fodder. Silver Wing naturally agreed. The area controlled by the Winged Men clan was the border of the Winged Men clan, close to the other clans. At the same time, it was also a bustling commercial area, where people from other clans often came to do business. This time, the Winged Men clan offered a generous reward, so when the news came out, many people came to sign up. After 2 rounds of screening, the strongest 100 people were selected. Lu Ming certainly didn't need to be selected as he had already proven himself. Just like this, after everything was settled, it was already a month later. At this time, the Winged Men clan began to set off. This time, a few God Kings personally led the team, the Winged Men clan, and the experts from other clans added up to more than 500 people. Together, they came to a relatively barren star river. In front of them, there were 9 stars, arranged in a strange way, forming a line. The entrance to the medium-sized world of the Divine Dragon clan is here, Silverwing said. Let me open it. A God King expert of the Winged Men clan flew forward, his body blossoming with divine light, and a terrifying aura pervaded the air. The wings behind his back flapped, a powerful force burst out, entangling the 9 stars, and then the 9 stars were pushed and moved slowly. Rumble. The starry sky shook, and finally, the 9 stars arranged themselves into the shape of a dragon. Then the void rippled like water, and a gap appeared in the starry sky. The gap has been opened, go in. After you succeed, send a message through the illusory divine jade, and I will open the passage again. The God King said. This was a medium-sized world, very similar to a small kiliocosm, attached to the chaotic universe. However, a medium-sized world was much more stable than a small kiliocosm, and the cultivation environment was also much better, and it could accommodate more experts. For example, in the primordial world of the heavenly world where Lu Ming was, 3rd-level void god realm was the limit. Any stronger and the small kiliocosm could easily collapse. The medium-sized world in front of them could only accommodate quasi-emperors. If a God King went in, the whole world could easily collapse. Therefore, the strongest expert that went in this time was a quasi-emperor. Let's go. Silverwing took the lead, flying forward. Then the others also moved, flying towards the passage. Lu Ming followed them, entering the passage together. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others stood on a mountain peak. In the sky, there was a huge passageway that was slowly rotating. After they all entered, the passageway slowly disappeared. Let's go in batches, 5 batches. Each batch has about 100 people. If you see a divine dragon, try not to kill it. Once you capture it, put it in your Qianquan bag, and then go to the outer region of the Dragon Clan's mother planet to fight. Understand? Silverwing said. The others nodded. Among these people, Silverwing's status was the highest. He was the top genius. Although there were many quasi-emperors present, they were all seniors. Although their combat strength was stronger than Silverwing's, their talent was far from comparable. Naturally, their status was lower than Silverwing's. Then, they divided into 5 batches. Whether it was intentional or not, Lu Ming, Silverwing, and the Black-Winged Man youth were in the same group. When the Black-Winged Man youth looked at Lu Ming, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 3703. Over 500 people split into 5 groups and headed off in 5 different directions. Lu Ming, Silverwing and the rest, together with nearly 100 people, flew toward the front and left. Whoosh. When they flew past, the space was split open like water ripples, allowing their speed to be astonishingly fast. It was as if they were breaking through space to advance. What a fragile space. Lu Ming pondered. The stability of space here was worlds apart from the primitive universe. Lu Ming felt like he could break space with just a slight movement. It was the same feeling as when Lu Ming's cultivation base had reached the peak of that world. He could break space at will. Before long, they arrived in front of a castle. This castle was where the divine dragons gathered. Lujan checked the cultivation base of the strongest dragon in this castle. Silverwing instructed an old winged man with a crooked nose. Although this old winged man was a quasi-emperor, he was very old and didn't have much lifespan left. He wouldn't be able to break through to the divine emperor realm in his lifetime, so his status was much lower than Silverwing's. Yes. The old winged man Lujan spread out his spiritual sense, enveloping the entire castle. After a while Lujan said, "Young master, the strongest is a 4th-level divine lord." Only a 4th level Divine Lord. Then attack. Silverwing stepped into the air. The others also flew forward. The strongest was a 4th level Divine Lord, so they didn't feel any pressure. Set up the formation. The dragons in the castle also noticed Silverwing's group. The castle lit up, and dragon roars rang out. A grand formation appeared, enveloping the castle. You want to stop me with a mere formation? You're dreaming. Silverwing sneered. The silver wings on his back lit up, turning into a saber light that slashed out. Boom. The saber light slashed the castle's formation, causing it to explode. It couldn't withstand Silverwing's attack. Then Silverwing reached out with a large hand and grabbed it. Fight them. Roar. Angry roars could be heard from the castle, and numerous divine dragons flew out. Most of these divine dragons were 5-clawed divine dragons. Only a few were 6-clawed divine dragons. The highest cultivation was merely 4th level Divine Lord. The difference was too great, there was no comparison at all. Silverwing's claw grabbed at that 4th level Divine Lord 6-clawed divine dragon, directly crushing the other party's attack and defense, grabbing the other party in his hand like grabbing a small bug. Then Silverwing took out a golden pouch. The bag expanded rapidly. Then Silverwing grabbed Shenlong and stuffed him into the bag. They were not going to kill them here. They were going to bring them outside the dragon race's mother planet. They were going to hunt these dragons, drink their blood and eat their meat. Then they were going to send it to the illusory space for Lu Ming to see and stimulate Lu Ming, Ao Yen and the others. Haha, little reptile, surrender now that you're dead. Can't even withstand a single blow. The people of the Winged Men tribe and the other tribes laughed heartily. They used their techniques to capture all the mystical dragons and stuffed them into the golden pouch. The golden pouch was called the Qianquan pouch, and it could hold living things. Soon, all the mystical dragons in the castle were taken down. The castle was also razed to the ground. Then they continued forward. Whenever they came across a castle or city, they would immediately capture the mystical dragons and stuff them into the Qianquan pouch. In less than a day, they had captured thousands of mystical dragons. The next day, they came to a strange place. There was a huge mountain in front of them. On the side of the mountain, there was a huge cave. It was more than 100 miles wide and unfathomably deep. This was a dragon's den. Wherever there was a dragon's den, there would definitely be a large number of mystical dragons gathered. Moreover, there might be extremely powerful existences. This dragon's den is not simple. It's very likely that there are 9th-level divine lords, or even quasi-emperors. The old winged man Lu Zhan transmitted to Silverwing. Silverwing nodded silently. Then he turned and transmitted to the other winged men. There should be quite a few mystical dragons in this dragon's den. I'll leave it to you. Go and capture the mystical dragons in this dragon's den. The black-winged man youth stepped forward. His sharp and cold gaze swept over Lu Ming and the other tribes. There were about 100 people from the other tribes in total. They were divided into 5 groups. There were about 20 of them here. Many people's expressions changed when the black-winged man youth's gaze swept over them. Let us go. Why don't you go? An old man who looked like a gorilla asked. It's just a dragon's den. There's no need for us to go. You guys can go. You have to work here. The black-winged man youth said. I think you want us to be cannon fodder. There's definitely a terrifying existence in this dragon's den. There might even be quasi-emperors. If the 20 of us go, I'm afraid it won't bode well for us. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. The bone demon resided in his sea of consciousness. The bone demon didn't follow his past self. Instead, he followed his present self out. He didn't want to be trapped in the dragon race's mother planet. With the bone demon around, he clearly knew that there were quasi-emperors in this dragon's den. Moreover, there were no quasi-emperors among the 20 of them. Letting them take the lead would be suicide. The winged men clearly wanted them to be cannon fodder. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 20 experts who weren't from the winged race changed, becoming extremely unsightly. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The black-winged man youth stared coldly at Lu Ming. I'm talking nonsense. Haha, this dragon's den is obviously extraordinary. Do you think we're fools? Lu Ming sneered. That's right. If you want to go, we'll go together. What do you mean by asking us to go alone? That's right. We came here to assist the winged men. If you want us to die, I won't do it. At most, I'll withdraw. I won't earn this money. The others started to clamor. Since you're already here, it's not up to you, Yi said coldly. Shua Shua, one of the people present, flashed and formed a semicircle, blocking Lu Ming and the others' escape route. What are you doing? The winged men will offend my clan if you do this. The Sky Traveler clan isn't afraid of you, some people shouted. Humph. If you don't listen to us, no one will know even if we kill you. They'll only think that you died in the hands of the dragon race. Your clansmen will only seek revenge from the dragon race, Yi said coldly. The faces of the other clansmen turned ugly. Obviously they had been tricked. They had no choice but to follow the winged men's orders. Also, this kid has disrupted the morale of the army. He's guilty of a heinous crime. Now you'll be the first to charge into the dragon's den. I'll spare your life. The black-winged man youth looked at Lu Ming and shouted coldly. If you want to go, then go. I'm not interested. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Kid, you're courting death. The black-winged man youth's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent was as cold as a blade. Divine light spread out from his body. If it wasn't for his fear of Lu Ming, he would have already killed Lu Ming. Chapter 3704. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the black-winged man youth. Everyone, it's obvious that the Winged Man clan wants us to be cannon fodder and lead the charge. Even if this dragon cave is fine, there will be more and more. How can they let us leave alive after doing such a despicable thing? Lu Ming said loudly. His words made the faces of the 20 experts from various races turn even uglier. Indeed, the Winged Man clan would definitely let them spread such a despicable thing. They would definitely make them cannon fodder until they died. Many of them revealed a ruthless look. In that case, why don't we fight to the death and kill our way out? Lu Ming said loudly. Kill our way out. Without the Winged Man clan's divine emperor, you can kill your way out. Also, with the Winged Man clan's divine emperor guarding outside, you can break out. Silverwing sneered. Many people turned pale. Indeed, even if they broke out of the encirclement, they would not be able to kill their way out. So don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Let's cooperate. The Winged Man clan will not let you die in vain. You just need to check the situation ahead. If there are experts, we will definitely act. Also, if any of you have illusory divine jades, you can spread the news at any time. The Winged Man clan will not do such a despicable thing. It will be easily spread. Silverwing continued. Indeed, many people felt relieved after hearing this. However, this kid will have to pay the price for disturbing the morale of the army. Silverwing looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. He originally wanted to use Lu Ming as cannon fodder, but since Lu Ming did not know what was good for him, he could only get rid of him in advance. Attack! Kill him! The black-winged man youth yelled. Kill! With a long roar, someone took the initiative to attack. The first to attack was none other than Lu Ming. Since the battle was unavoidable, Lu Ming would not hesitate. Moreover, his battle intent was strong and he was not afraid, even if the Winged Man clan had many quasi-emperors. However, these were all ordinary quasi-emperors. Lu Ming had long wanted to see how strong he was when he used his full strength. Lu Ming took the initiative to attack. His target was the Black-Winged Man. Attack! Attack! The Black-Winged Man youth roared. His divine power erupted, forming two black sharp blades, slashing towards Lu Ming. Beside the Black-Winged youth, two old men also made their move. These two old men were both 9th-level Divine Lord powerful existences. The three of them attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was fearless. He didn't even bother to defend himself. He directly punched out. Boom boom boom, several rumbles in a row. The Black-Winged youths and the two 9th-level Divine Lord powerhouses' attacks were directly broken apart by Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming rushed past, and the remaining attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. They only left a few bloody scars on his body, but they didn't do much damage. Lu Ming continued to attack the Black-Winged youth. Stop him! The Black-Winged Man youth was shocked and quickly retreated. As for the two 9th-level Divine Lord elders, they dashed out and attacked, wanting to stop Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched out twice, and the two ninth-level divine lords coughed up blood and retreated. Now Lu Ming had erupted with his full strength. Every cell was trembling, and a powerful energy spread out from each cell. The energy of 60 trillion cells intertwined, terrifying to the extreme. Lu Ming instantly arrived in front of the black-winged man youth. "I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, scaring the black-winged man youth into roaring in fright. "Save me! Quickly save me!" The black-winged man youth roared. "Kill him! Quickly kill him!" Silver Wing also roared. He turned into a silver ray of light and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other winged men experts also attacked. Terrifying attacks surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. Quasi-emperors, and there were many of them. Lu Ming instantly determined that there were at least 10 quasi-emperors among the winged men. However, these people were still a step too late. Lu Ming's attack had already blasted towards the black-winged man youth. The black-winged man youth was naturally unwilling to be killed, so he tried his best to resist. However, the fist energy passed through, and the black-winged man youth's attack was directly defeated. His body suddenly exploded. A destructive force rushed towards his sea of consciousness. How is this possible? The black-winged man youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Last time, he could clearly block several of Lu Ming's moves without dying. This time he couldn't even block one move. Is this his true strength? This was the last thought that flashed through the black-winged man youth's mind. Then, his soul was turned to ashes under the destructive force. The black-winged man youth was killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. At this time, the other attacks were about to hit Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming shook his muscles and rushed forward, avoiding many attacks. However, there were still 2 quasi-emperors' attacks that bombarded his back. Lu Ming's body shook violently. The 2 incomparably sharp attacks broke through his defense, and even broke his bones. Lu Ming's body flew out tens of thousands of meters, and crashed into a mountain. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of a quasi-emperor is indeed strong. It's much stronger than a 9th-level divine monarch. Lu Ming thought. Previously, even a 9th-level divine monarch expert couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense. However, a quasi-emperor directly broke his bones. However, a steady stream of energy emerged from the cells in Lu Ming's wound. As soon as this energy came out, Lu Ming's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. Yes, it seems like my strength has increased a bit. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He felt that after his injuries were healed, his strength had increased a bit, and he was a bit closer to a 4th-level divine monarch. Could it be that the potential of my cells has been developed? Lu Ming thought of the cultivation method of the taboo energy that Fei Huang had told him. To cultivate the taboo energy, one would normally need to absorb a large amount of energy. However, this energy wouldn't directly increase his cultivation. Instead, it would fuse into each of his cells and strengthen his potential. Only by constantly developing his potential would this energy be transformed into his cultivation. And the injuries he had suffered just now had also unknowingly developed his potential. Am I going to become a masochist? The more I get beaten, the stronger I become. Lu Ming was a bit speechless. Kill. At this time, Silver Wing and the other experts of the winged race had already arrived. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged in another direction. At the same time, he constantly punched, his fist energy breaking through the air and resisting some of the attacks. However, the strength of a quasi-emperor was truly shocking. Furthermore, there were several middle-aged quasi-emperors among them. Their strength was even more terrifying. These people weren't particularly old, but they had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Their talent wasn't weak, and they were stronger than ordinary quasi-emperors. Chapter 3705. Boom. There was a violent roar and Lu Ming's body was once again sent flying. He crashed into a few mountain ranges and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his injuries were quickly healing. Roar. At this moment, the dragon's roar rang out. The dragon's cave naturally noticed the commotion and set up a large formation, ready for battle. As for Silver Wing, he led dozens of winged men to attack Lu Ming once again. Come. Lu Ming charged out of the rubble, his battle intent soaring. Boom. He activated the battle character art, increasing his battle strength by 5 times. The battle character art followed his body. Lu Ming had already tested it. Even if it was a taboo energy, activating the battle character art could still increase his battle strength. After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's battle strength soared. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the winged men, punching out at their attacks. There was a secret technique hidden in each of his fists, and each of his fists was capable of destroying an attack. Lu Ming was bathed in attacks. Dozens of attacks were all defeated. Lu Ming charged through. Although he was covered in blood, he didn't feel anything. He directly charged toward some of the weaker winged men. Boom! After a few punches, several winged men's bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Retreat! All of you retreat! Quasi-emperors surround him. Silver Wing roared. Lu Ming's battle strength had deeply shocked him. Lu Ming was only a 3rd-level divine lord, but he could fight against a quasi-emperor. He could even kill a 9th-level divine lord. This kind of battle strength was simply unimaginable. Even existences below the quasi-emperor level couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. Therefore, the winged men below the quasi-emperor level retreated, and used long-range attacks to restrain Lu Ming. As for the quasi-emperors, they surrounded Lu Ming. There were a total of 13 quasi-emperors. This was a shocking force. Vast divine power surged. This area was completely boiling. Space was fragmenting, and the ground was cracking and exploding. This was only a middle-sized world, and its stability could not be compared to the primitive universe. It could not withstand the full power of more than 10 quasi-emperors. The 13 quasi-emperors unleashed their ultimate moves and attacked Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stared at one of the quasi-emperors and charged over. He did not care about the attacks of the others. Boom boom, Lu Ming's fists continuously punched out, and the space was beaten into a chaotic color. The destructive force completely engulfed the void as it surged toward the quasi-emperor. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged 5 or 6 moves. It was obvious that Lu Ming had the upper hand. His fist energy pierced through the quasi-emperor's attack. The quasi-emperor coughed out blood and retreated. Lu Ming's fist energy had left a huge hole in his chest. However, at the same time, the attacks of the other quasi-emperors also landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spine, back, shoulders, and other places had been integrated with some defensive secret arts. At this moment, these secret arts were all activated. However, the combined attack of more than 10 quasi-emperors was too powerful. These secret arts could only block a portion of the power. Poochie. Crack. The flesh and blood on Lu Ming's back and shoulders exploded. Even his bones were cracked. Waves of excruciating pain spread throughout his body. However, a large amount of energy immediately surged out of every cell, healing Lu Ming's injuries at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and continued to attack that quasi-emperor. His attacks did not stop at all. That quasi-emperor did his best to block, but he had already been injured by Lu Ming and was much weaker. How could he block Lu Ming's attacks? After a few more punches, that quasi-emperor screamed miserably. His body was torn apart, and his soul also turned to ashes under the violent power. A quasi-emperor was killed just like that. Back then, in the Taishu dynasty, a quasi-emperor was a supreme existence for Lu Ming. In the battle between the Taishu dynasty, the Wu people, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty, a quasi-emperor could play a key role in determining victory or defeat. Now Lu Ming had killed a quasi-emperor with his own hands. Moreover, this quasi-emperor was from the Wingmen clan. His combat strength was much stronger than that of the quasi-emperors of the Taishu dynasty. In other words, now that Lu Ming had returned to the Taishu dynasty, no one except the immortal demon was his match. However, killing a quasi-emperor was not without a price. Lu Ming was attacked again. The place where he was attacked was badly mutilated, and many of his bones were broken. It was a horrible sight. After being seriously injured, even with Lu Ming's recovery ability, it was difficult for him to recover in a short time. Kill him completely. I want him to die without a burial place. Silver Wing roared hysterically. Lu Ming's combat strength frightened him from the bottom of his soul. This kind of combat strength, this kind of talent was too monstrous. If he didn't get rid of Lu Ming today, He would be the one to die in the future. There were still 12 quasi-emperors left. They once again used their trump cards to attack Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He continued to stare at one of the quasi-emperors and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. His attacks were like a storm, constantly surging toward that quasi-emperor. Just like before, he completely ignored the attacks of the others. Damn it! That quasi-emperor was frightened because he found that although Lu Ming was injured, his combat strength had not weakened at all. The two of them exchanged a few moves. He felt that the bones in his hand were broken, his wings were pierced, and feathers were flying everywhere. At this time, Lu Ming was attacked again. His chest was pierced. Even his head had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel a little dizzy. Lu Ming endured the pain. His attacks did not weaken at all. Finally, that quasi-emperor was unable to endure any longer. He was torn apart by Lu Ming, dying on the spot. Boom. Lu Ming was smashed into the ground. The ground exploded, and everything within hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. Not far away, the dragon cave was protected by the Grand Formation. That was why it was safe. Who is this person? How can he be so monstrous? The 20 people from the other races stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. Lu Ming's combat prowess had deeply shocked these people. Don't split up. Gather together and attack. Don't let him defeat you one by one, roared one of the quasi-emperors. The remaining 11 quasi-emperors gathered together and chased after Lu Ming. Bang! The ground exploded, and Lu Ming charged out. But this time, Lu Ming did not charge at them. Instead, he flew into the distance. He fled. Lu Ming did not continue fighting because his injuries were too heavy. If he continued fighting, it would not be good for him. Furthermore, as the battle continued, Lu Ming felt that his recovery ability was weakening. This made Lu Ming feel uncertain. Lu Ming was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Chase. The 11 quasi-emperors, as well as Silver Wing and the others, chased after Lu Ming. But they found that Lu Ming was very fast, even faster than quasi-emperors. The distance between them was slowly increasing. 2 hours later, they could no longer see Lu Ming's figure. Chapter 3706. Stop chasing. At this time, Silver Wing shouted. Although he was unwilling, he could only give up. Young master, this kid is too monstrous. We must get rid of him, or else we won't be able to live in peace in the future. The winged man Lu Zhan said. It doesn't matter. Even if we let him escape, he won't be able to leave this world. There are divine emperors of the winged men guarding outside. He'll be courting death if he goes out. Let's capture the divine dragons of this world first, then let the divine emperors destroy this world. That kid will definitely die. Silverwing said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Young master, you're right. That kid can't run forever. Let's go capture the divine dragons first. Lu Zhan said. Then they left this place and headed to the dragon cave. After Lu Ming shook off the winged men, he flew for more than an hour. After a few hours, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. There were no visible wounds on the surface of his body. Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. Forbidden energy is indeed magical. It's said that even a single cell can come back to life. Looks like it's true. However, it should require a large amount of energy. The energy I absorbed from those divine herbs seems to be running out. Lu Ming pondered. After this battle, Lu Ming had a better understanding of the effects of the taboo power. Each of his cells contained forbidden energy, which contained the energy of divine herbs. Therefore, when he was injured, the energy would be stimulated, allowing him to recover quickly. However, when the energy was exhausted, it would be much slower for him to recover. Looks like I'll have to absorb more energy in the future and store it in my cells to increase my potential, Lu Ming said. He carefully sensed that every cell in his body was filled with a sense of hunger. This was a sign of energy deficiency. Then let's refine some divine herbs first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and many divine herbs appeared in his hand. When Lu Ming left the dragon race's mother planet, he brought a large amount of divine herbs with him. After all, his past self was still on the dragon clan's mother planet. There was no shortage of elixirs at all. Hence, most of the elixirs that he had obtained previously were carried by his current self. Lu Ming took out a stock of divine medicine. With a thought, his body trembled slightly. Every cell in his body emitted a powerful attractive force. The energy of this stock of divine medicine was quickly absorbed. Soon, the energy of the entire stock of divine medicine was completely absorbed by the cells and distributed to each of them. The energy of a divine herb was distributed to 60 trillion cells. Each cell couldn't get much. Lu Ming could still feel the hunger in his cells. Lu Ming continued to refine the second divine herb. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to refine the godly herbs. After refining a few dozen stalks of godly herbs, the hunger finally subsided a little. Only about 3%. Lu Ming muttered. He had a feeling that the energy stored in his cells had only reached about 3%. He could continue to store more energy to increase his potential. The more he stored, the more he could be reborn even if he was left with only a single cell. Continue. Then Lu Ming took out a stock of divine emperor-level divine herb. Divine emperor-level divine herbs were used by divine emperors. Generally speaking, divine lords couldn't use them. If the medicinal power was too strong, they would explode. But Lu Ming didn't have such a problem now. 60 trillion cells could absorb energy. How much could he absorb? Begin. Lu Ming held the divine emperor-level divine herb. His cells emitted a strong attractive force. The medicinal power of the divine herb was constantly being absorbed by his cells. However, the medicinal power of a divine emperor-level divine herb was unusually strong. Lu Ming spent a total of 5 days to completely absorb the medicinal power of this stock of divine herb. It's almost at 20%. Lu Ming sensed the situation of his cells. Moreover, my cultivation is about to break through. I should take the opportunity to break through in one go. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Previously, he had fought with the winged men and killed 2 quasi-emperors. He had also been seriously injured. Such a life and death battle was very beneficial to stimulating one's potential. With his potential stimulated, Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly increased. He was only a paper away from 4th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming only needed to break through this paper, and his cultivation would naturally be able to break through. Lu Ming began to cultivate according to the cultivation method of the taboo power that Fei Huang had passed on to him. Buzz. Lu Ming swung his fists. The void trembled slightly. As he swung his fists, the muscles, bones, and blood in his body rhythmically vibrated along with his fists. All the cells in his body also vibrated along with his fists. Traces of potential were stimulated, strengthening Lu Ming. Lu Ming focused on cultivating. The speed at which he swung his fists became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After 3 days of continuous cultivation, Lu Ming's aura had reached its peak. Boom. Lu Ming, who was swinging his fists, suddenly felt the strength in his body skyrocket. The taboo power that emerged from every cell was even stronger. Breakthrough. Lu Ming's cultivation had finally broken through to 4th level Divine Lord. This caused Lu Ming's battle strength to skyrocket. Not bad. Lu Ming stopped and nodded. I hope the winged men haven't left yet. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then his figure moved and he broke through the void. His direction was the depths of this world. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the dragon cave that he had passed by previously. At this moment, the dragon cave had already collapsed. There was not a single divine dragon inside. This dragon cave only had 1 quasi-emperor at most. It could not stop Silver Wing and the others at all. It was expected that it would be broken through. Lu Ming continued forward. Along the way, he saw many broken castles, cities, and dragon caves. This world was a mess. Suddenly Lu Ming's gaze changed. He sensed a weak dragon energy in one of the dragon caves. Lu Ming's taboo power had been refined by the dragon race's experts for a long time. It now had some dragon characteristics. So Lu Ming was very sensitive to dragon energy. Lu Ming entered the dragon's lair and discovered a divine dragon in an extremely secretive place. This was a 7-clawed divine dragon. It was very young. When it realized that Lu Ming had discovered it, it roared and charged at Lu Ming. I'll fight you to the death. The 7-clawed divine dragon roared, its eyes red. Its claws repeatedly clawed at Lu Ming. However, this divine dragon was only a first-level divine lord. The difference between it and Lu Ming was too great. Lu Ming reached out a hand and grabbed it. His palm expanded rapidly, and he grabbed the seven-clawed divine dragon in his hand. The seven-clawed divine dragon struggled with all its might, but it could not move at all.